Poker Tour rolls into Texas Card House Spring from November 10th through 22nd, with numerous big events featuring the $500,000 guaranteed main event. For full schedule, structures and details, visit texascardhouse.com. Trailblazer SUV, the Trailblazer Points Championship is here. The more you play and the higher you rank in the Trailblazer Poker Tour, the better your chances are. The best tournament player in the Trailblazer Poker Tour drives away with this grand prize. For full details on the Trailblazer Poker Tour and the Points Championship, visit texascardhouse.com. The Poker Atlas Tour is coming to TCH Social Austin, December 3rd through 16th. 15 different tournaments, including the $250,000 stocking stuffer and the $500,000 title event. For full details, structures, and satellite information, visit the Poker Atlas app or texascardhouse.com. Black Friday and battle for a piece of $100,000. Texas Card House Houston presents the $100,000 guaranteed Black Friday tournament. $400 buy-in, cards in the air at noon, plus a massive Black Friday sale on time. For full details, visit texascardhouse.com. Brought to you by TCH Social Austin. 3 unique tournaments on 3 consecutive days. Saturday the 9th, Red, White, and Win, $30,000 guaranteed $250 buy-in. Sunday the 10th, American Deep Stack, $20,000 guaranteed $250 buy-in. And Monday the 11th, Tribute to Troops, $10,000 guaranteed $150 buy-in. Full details at texascardhouse.com. Tour $500,000 guaranteed main event is happening at Texas Card House Spring from Tuesday, November 12th through Monday the 18th, $800 buy-in. Satellites for as low as $120. For more information, visit texascardhouse.com.
And that event in Houston coming up next week. Right now we have round of each. We are in South Texas, Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. Let's go around the table, see who's where. In seat 1, that's going to be Baby Spider. He's in for 500. Seat 2, going to be Every Hand Fran. She's in for 300. Seat 3 is Chubbs. He's in for 272. That's an interesting number. Seat 4, Sparky, in for 400. Sparky with a $sign. We have El Gallo in for 420. Seat 6 currently empty right now, but it's going to get filled shortly. Seat 7, we have Rigo in for 520. Seat 8, we have Rock. And seat 9, we have Tiburon. This is 1-3. 1-3 Hold'em, and then we switch it to 1-2-5 PLO. A round of each tonight. We ran the round of each last Friday night. Everybody seemed to like it. Oh, who's that good-looking guy? Oh, wait, that's me. So it is seat 9's first time on the stream, and I did not have a chance to talk with him before the stream started. So I just wanted to get down his information, see the name he chose tonight. So we have Queens versus 7-6 of clubs. The ace coming right on the flop. That's going to slow Fran down, and she will check it over to Sparky. Sparky checks back. So both players turning a straight draw. Looks like Fran is going to put out a small bet. So Every Hand Fran picking up the first pot. Once again, it is a round of each tonight. So 1-3, that's what we normally play here on Wednesday nights. And then we will do a round of 1-2-5 PLO. And as I said, that number 6 seat was going to get filled. And that was Miguel. So it's Miguel's first time playing on the stream. Normally you buy in at the cage. But like I said, it's his first time playing on the stream. So they're just letting him know about the rules. And it is seat 9. He's in for 200. Tiburon. Essentially, that's how you say shark in Spanish. So the chip runner will come over, get his buy-in taken care of, and they will put him in the system. Like I said, I know that's Miguel because I was actually in the room when they started. Normally, I'm not in the room, but I just wanted to get all the players' information down, as it is seat 9. I believe it's his first time playing on the stream that I'm doing the commentating, so I do like to talk with the players beforehand, just get any information they might want me to say or not say. So they will get Miguel in the system, and we will continue on here with 1-3 no limit hold'em. Once the button gets back to seat number 1, then it's going to switch to 1-2 PLO with a $5 bring in. El Gallo with the 9-4 puts it in the muck. And we have the Jack 9 of Miguel. It's his first time playing on the stream.
Right now it's 5. So that's... No, there's no skill in this one. There's no skill in going out of one. Yes. I mean, there's not. Yeah, it's so the game was pretty much a pick 'em before the game.
So Miguel gonna
I don't want to be rooting for that.
call the $3. Oh, Queen's going around now. Baby Spider with the Queens, and he raises it up to 20. And gonna be a raise and take. Looks like Baby Spider just got out of the shower. So there are the chip counts on the bottom. The dealer, Jeremiah, tonight for the first hour, just giving the instructions to Miguel. So if you've never played on a stream before, Miguel has not. He's just letting him know these are special cards. They have chips in them, computer chips, and the dealer will pitch it as close to the circle as possible. That is where the RFID reader is, and that's how we're able to know what these players are holding. So I know initially when they started with the hold cams, it was a small little lipstick camera, but that is evolved. Every hand Fran with the 8s, wearing a number 80 shirt and picking up 8s. Regal going to be making the call. 10-7 of diamonds, and we are going 5 ways to a flop. Ace right in the window and nobody with the ace. But Tiburon has the 9. Best hand right now.
Oh, Starbucks.
Georgie Chubbs might put in a bet here if it's checked to him again. No, he does check his button. And the King 9 is going to take it down here, and looks like nobody's betting. So the reader not picking up the 4 coming on the river. You can see on the lower right-hand corner, the 4 is not showing, which is why the action tracker, the software, hasn't picked anything up. So kings and 9s will take the pot. Pretty much everybody checking all the way to the river. And a lot of times you see this, especially on a stream game, the first couple of hands, the players, all right, there we go. It did pick up the 4, so now it'll cycle on through and put the check mark on the King 9, and it'll add the $74 to his stack. So in general, on the stream, on most streams, the first couple of hands, a lot of times the players will play to one extreme or the other, where they play really loose or really tight, and that was a 5-way flop that was checked all the way to the river. So players really just trying to feel each other out as we have Rigo coming in with the raise to 15. And seat 6 not scanning his cards properly, so he'll get them rescanned. Rigo with the suited connectors, the Queen Jack of Diamonds. Some more suited connectors. 7-4. And he'll make the call. El Gallo with some hearts. Lets it go, as does Miguel with the spades. And we're going heads up to a flop. You can see Rigo really far out in front right now. 75% of the time, he will win this pot if it goes all the way to the river. Oh, and we have a straight draw versus a flush draw. So real interesting, a flop here. Rigo flopping the flush draw. Has the best hand with the queen high. And Tiburon flopping a straight draw, and he's going to raise. So Rigo not going anywhere with his flush draw, makes the call.
Dallas plus 3.5 for the first half.
6 of diamonds.
They were minus 1.5 favorites before they get started for the first half.
There's the diamond. It does pair the board, though. Might slow down both players. Oh, it's not going to slow down the shark as he is putting out. Looks like 75. Rigo gonna be making the call. Little cautious about the paired board, and like I said, a lot of times, first couple of hands on the stream, you do see players play a little bit tighter or a little bit looser than they normally play, and perfect illustration on this hand is Rigo being careful. Tiburon just trying to bluff, but he will fold immediately. Could not call with just the 7 high. So Rigo taking down the $413 pot. Pretty nice little pot there. I feel bad because I made a joke about Rigo's hat. He's wearing a Mets hat. So he actually turned it around. Doesn't want anybody to know he's wearing a Mets hat, but I saw it, Rigo. I'm letting the people know.
Every hour they have a high hand.
So once again, once the button gets to seat 1, then the game will change to 1-2 PLO with a $5 bring-in. We are still playing 1-3 hold'em. It is a round of each. Action is going to be on rock. Seat number 8 with the 9-8. Limps under the gun. 3 deuce suited does the same. Every hand Fran, AC deucey. Chubbs with the king 8 of spades. Raising it up. Rock going to be calling here, but he is dominated. And Tiburon also dominated with his spades. Fran will get out of the way. She actually had the best hand. And we will be going 3 ways to a flop. King high out in front right now. Chubbs, your pre-flop raiser. And Tiburon making a pair of 3s. Heart coming on the turn. That gives Rock a straight draw. And the players checking once again to the river. And Chubbs will check as well.
I beat that. Okay, Jack high wins. I didn't even have ace high.
So I am a little surprised how cautious the players are playing so far. But keep in mind, we've only seen 5 hands. But it seems like everybody at the table taking the tight approach early on here. All right, there's the VPIP. I know this was not flashing up on Wednesday. Oh, here we go. So right as I say, players are playing tight. I guess they heard me because we have a double straddle on. And I think now that 5 hands are in the book, this is hand number 6. I think everybody's going to start loosening up. 2 of the first 5 hands went checked all the way to the river. I don't think I've ever seen that before. And nobody calling the straddle. Somebody's cards did not get scanned properly. And that's why, there we go. I believe it was Baby Spider's cards that did not get scanned properly. So it was waiting to scan those cards before it let us know what the other players had. And Rock with the 6s just makes the call, as he will be out of position here. And it's going to be Baby Spider hitting the 8. $43 in the pot. He will bet just over half. Throws out 1 green chip. Green chips are worth a quarter. $25. Of course, it is a $1, $3. Those are the blinds. The white chips are $1. The red chips are worth $5. And the green chips are worth $25. Nobody with the black chips on the table yet. The black chips being worth $100. So pretty standard in regards to the chip colors and what they're worth, with the exception of California, the left coast. I want to say like their $5 chips are yellow. But in general, most casinos you're going to go to, if you see a red chip, it's going to be worth $5. If you see a green chip, it's going to be worth $25. And if you see a black chip, it's going to be worth $100. That's pretty standard across the board. Oh, just realized we got action in the chat. So after this hand, I will let you know. And it looks like some people did answer the question. So it looks like Rigo's cards didn't scan properly, and maybe it had something to do with the button. The button actually has a sensor as well. That way the software knows what seat the button is on. So I think maybe they're getting the signals crossed there. I do know a little technical stuff, but by no means IT. Yeah, so they're just trying to get his cards to scan properly. So I've actually never seen this happen before, where the card, the player that was on the button, is he on the button or is he in the small blind? Because the button's right between the 2 RFID sensors, and I think that might be throwing it off. So you can see the dealer talking to the production crew, letting them know how the action went down to make sure that everything is being tracked properly. So it is showing Miguel is in the cutoff and Rigo is on the button. So one of Rigo's cards did scan the 7 of hearts. We do not know what the other card is. So the software that keeps track of everything is known as the action tracker. It's showing that the action is on Rigo. Now the action's on Rock, who does fold. So 4 ways to the flop we go. We know Rigo has a 7 of hearts, and he did call a raise.
That was a good acquisition for them. They got rid of Thompson and got him, and he's younger than he's got. Yeah, he's good.
So the pre-flop raiser, Tiburon, is going to continue on with his aggression here. And it looks like it's going to work. All right, let's see what we got here. So we got Josh in the chat asking where the Rio Grande Valley. So the name of the city is Edinburg, Texas. It's like Edinburgh, Scotland, but without the H at the end. Located 3 hours directly south of San Antonio. And 20 minutes directly north of the U.S.-Mexico border. Hey, there's some new stats popping up. Nobody's 3-bet so far. We did get a software update. It's actually a really big area down here. There's just no one huge city. It's the 5th largest area in Texas, behind the Houston area, the Dallas area, the Austin area, and San Antonio area. Biggest city down here is Brownsville, Texas. A lot of people know the island that's down here, South Padre Island. And then the biggest city in the county that we're in is McAllen. Also, we have Harlingen and Weslaco or some other towns that are around 100,000 people. Phony Turgeson, chat regular, welcoming everybody. And reminding you to hit the like button.
They're missing a couple of guys tonight.
Yeah, and DJ Poker confirming that the $5 chips in California are yellow. Amarillo en español. Jack 8 of diamonds, raising it to 23. And Chubb's going to be calling. Chubbs was actually on the stream on Wednesday night. We do stream on the secondary channel on Wednesday nights, which is Texas Card House, 3 different words. This is the main channel tonight, TCH Live. Oh, and people don't get in there on the river, and he's going to put out a small bet.
I think Alabama's down, bro. Yeah, this is All right, so we're on a 15-minute delay.
These players started playing right past 7 p.m. That is Central Time here in Texas. They started playing right about 7 p.m. because I know we went on the air about 7:15. So I'm in the same building. I was actually in the same room at the beginning of the stream getting some last minute information from 2 of the players. And the commentating booth is in the same building but on the opposite side of the room. So the stream room is in one area and I'm commentating in a different area. Got a little booth that I'm in. So seat 3 Chubbs just came into the booth and gave me some information. And I do appreciate it because I would have been lost without it, and you probably would have been lost without it too. You can see the button is back on seat number 1. So we are starting with the Omaha. We are playing row tonight, ROE, round of each. 1-3, no limit hold'em, and 1-2 PLO with a $5 bring-in. And Rocks card not scanning. I know on Wednesday night everything was working great with the card reader and great with the cards, but I'm thinking maybe one of the chips in these cards, they sometimes go bad, so maybe one of these chips needs to be replaced. And obviously it's easier said than done. So the first hand of Omaha, and obviously it's going to be a huge one, as we already have over $550 in the pot going 3 ways. Chubbs only has $35 left, and he's going to put those $35 all in. Huge flop for Chubbs, as he has a flush draw, a straight draw, and top pair, backdoor flush draw as well. So everybody kind of has to call the $35 here. Fred needs a king for a better straight. Baby Spider needs a queen for a better straight. You can see Chubbs with a monster hand, 77%. Oh, Fran's just going to go all in here, trying to build a side pot, as she does have top pair, top kicker. So Fran trying to get a little rebate here. And Baby Spider calls her right away.
Only the king? Damn it.
So Chubb's the only one with diamonds. Chubb's the only one with the backdoor spade draw. And Chubb's with the best straight draw, as he is open-ended. Any king, any ace or any 9 will give him a straight.
Diamond and it's over.
Chubb's hitting the flush right away. Everybody else drawn dead. Everybody else drawn dead. Now, Fran will win the side pot with the ace-queen, which is one of the reasons why she went all in. She wanted to build a side pot just in case if she hit. So every hand Fran will win the side pot, but the big pot will go towards Chubbs. So Chubbs normally plays on the stream if there's ever a seat available, but if there's no seat available, he will give up his seat. So I know we had Don Neto play on the stream Wednesday night, and he just played a couple of hands, just making sure that the stream started. And Chubbs in seat 3, he will do the same thing. He will make sure it's a full table, and then once it's a full table, he will actually take his name off the list. So Baby Spider adding on a fistful of dollars.
You have Chris, 500?
He will add on 500. So first hand of Omaha, we had a three-way all-in. Let's see what happens here on the second hand of Omaha. The blinds are only $1, $2, $1, $2, but it is a $5 bring-in. It's not a third blind. It is not a straddle. It is a $5 bring-in. Does make it a lot easier for the dealer to calculate how much is in the pot. Looks like Sparky does not like his hand, and we can see the VPIP there. Miguel is still looking at his hand. It's a decent hand, but he will make the fold. Rock, one of his cards not scanning, has 3 clubs. Baby Spider raising it up, double suited, triple connected. Chubb's calling with the 10s, 9-8 of hearts. So Baby Spider, pretty much all the cards working. The ace is working with the queen, the 5 and the 3. He can make 3 different straights, and he's going to flop a flush draw with top pair and a straight draw as well. So huge flop for Baby Spider. Normally the stats will flash up on the percentage that he's going to win. The reason why the stats aren't popping up is Rock's one of Rock's cards was not scanned, so the computer cannot calculate the proper odds. But I'm guessing Rock has at least ace-king making the call here. Might even have kings. So Baby Spider with 2 pair now to go along with his flush draw. And he's going to bet the pot. There's $282 in the pot. And I don't think Rock has kings, because I think he would be raising here if he has kings. I think he has top 2 pair. He might even have the ace of spades to have a blocker. But like I said, we don't know what the third card is there for Rock. Could have a queen or a jack to have a straight draw as well. Looks like he's going to let it go, so I do not think he had kings. I don't think he's folding a set there. Baby Spider will win the pot with his 2 pair and flush draw.
You're in? If nobody's against it, I can go.
All right, so as I said,
Which one?
I am in the same building. And they might be changing out the cards. So we did have another player show up, and I think what's going to happen, what I've been told, is that Chubbs is going to give up his seat, but he's going to give the table a pre-roll. He actually did this on Wednesday night as well, where he challenged anybody at the table to have a higher VPIP than him, and if anybody had a higher VPIP, he was going to give him $100, but nobody was able to have a higher VPIP than him. So I think Chubbs is going to play one more hand, and then we're going to have somebody take that seat. We are still in the Omaha portion of the row. Every time the button gets to seat 1, of course, seat number 1, the seat to the left of the dealer. So Miguel with the pocket 10s and the ace 5 of hearts will throw in the $5. Baby Spider with 3 queens making the call. One of the queens is suited. Oh, he actually puts in a $5 raise. All right, we are going 4 ways to a flop, $40 in the pot. And it's going to come 2 diamonds. Baby Spider does have 2 diamonds. Nobody does have a king, so it does look like Chubbs is going to give up his seat, but he is giving the table a $100 free roll. And I do realize it might seem like a hit and run, but as I said, he does play most streams, so these players always have a chance to get their money back.
No, I bought this in. Yeah, I didn't win a lot. I put my winnings on the thing. Why just give it back to me? Well, I'm giving you something. All right, guys, good luck.
So once again, we are live in the YouTube chat. I do realize we are streaming on multiple platforms. I know we're streaming on the Facebook. We are streaming on Twitch and a couple of other platforms. However, if you do have any questions or comments, then the YouTube chat is the one you want to use. Yeah, so it looks like something picked something up wrong on the card reader, because it is showing it's a 7 of hearts on the flop, but I'm pretty sure it was the 7 of diamonds. No, it was 7 of hearts. I thought there was 2 diamonds on the flop. All right, so there is a $100 free roll for the players here. Once the dealer flops, it's going to be a normal hand of Omaha. But when the dealer puts out the flop, whatever the middle card is, whatever seat number that correlates to, is going to win $100, with the exception of seat number 3. So seat number 3 is a new player. He's not eligible, but the players that are eligible, seat number 1 would be an ace. Seat number 2 would be a deuce. Seat number 3 not eligible. Seat number 4 would be a 4. So these players are going to be very interested in this flop because they have a chance to win $100 here. $100 free roll for the players, as Chubbs did win a little bit. Got involved in it. The very first hand of Omaha was a 3-way all-in, and he scooped that. So felt a little bad giving up his seat, although these players actually wanted him to give up the seat.
PLO.
So even though the players are not seeing the flop, they're still eligible. Whatever the middle card on the flop is here will win $100. If it's an ace, then seat number 1 wins it. If it's a 9, seat number 9 wins it. And obviously if it's a 10, jack, king, or queen, well, then they'll run it back the next flop. Or a 3. Seat 3, coach is not eligible. But I was talking earlier how some of these players, early on, they seem to be playing a little on the tight side. And we could see seat 3, coach, jumping right into the action. He likes to see flops. All right, so whatever the middle card is here is going to get $100. That's going to be seat 9. Seat 9. There you go. So he will get the $100 after the hand. And looks like everybody's going to check. No, the initial raiser. So King 10 is a straight, and that is Sparky, who has 2 pair with a straight draw, needing a 10 for a straight. We could see nobody with the King 10, and nobody, I was going to say nobody with diamonds. El Gallo has diamonds. So pretty big hand for El Gallo here, and as a matter of fact, he's raising. He has a straight draw, a flush draw. So he's open-ended with the straight, and then he has the flush draw to go along with it. So an 8 gives him a straight, a king gives him a straight, any diamond gives him a flush, and any jack gives him trips. So he's not all in. He wasn't able to go all in since this is PLO, pot limit. And I think Sparky has to call here. He doesn't like it. He is ahead right now, but you can see if this hand runs out to the river, it is exactly 50-50, although a lot of El Gallo's outs have been folded. So he only has 5 live outs. So the percentages you see on the screen, that's actually based upon if all the cards were still live, if all his outs were still live. But we can see he only has 5 outs remaining in the deck as all those other cards have been folded. So I think they're just going to go one time. And he gets the diamond right on the turn. So give the win to El Gallo. Sparky taking the hit. And let's see if Sparky rebuys. So both Baby Spider and El Gallo in the green, as is Rigo and Every Hand Fran. Everybody else in the red. Sparky will take care of the rebuy. And there's the $100 being given to seat 9, courtesy of Chubbs. So I did confirm this is Sparky's second or third time playing on the stream, but I did confirm the origins of his nickname, and as a matter of fact, I guessed it. I did guess it, and he said, you are correct. So Sparky is from Vegas Vacation. That is the main character, Chevy Chase. That is the nickname that his wife calls him. So for any of you kids that have never seen the movie Vegas Vacation, that's definitely on the to-do list. Obviously, you're watching the stream, so you do like gambling, you do like poker. And this movie came out in 1997. Vegas Vacation. Make sure you check that out if you haven't seen it. There was 3 of them for sure. National Lampoon's Vacation, where they went to Wally World, and then Vegas Vacation, and then they had the European Vacation as well. So Miguel with bottom pair and a flush draw. He's the only player with a flush draw, and there's the flush. You can see the check mark by his name. It's only an 8-high flush, so let's see how cautious he plays it. He only has 150 in his stack, and he's going to put out about a third of that, bet in 55. And nobody with a flush, nobody's going to be able to call here. So Miguel on the board. So if you're just joining us, we are playing a round of each tonight, going back and forth between Hold'em and Omaha. We are currently playing 1-2 PLO with a $5 bring-in, $1, $2 with a $5 bring-in, and then once the button, which is currently in seat number 6, gets back to seat 1, we will go back to 1-3 no limit Hold'em. But we do have a double straddle in effect. Seat 9, put it on the $10, and seat 1, put it on the double straddle. So Every Hand Fran will make the call with the ace, king, queen 3. Does have spades. Coach making the fold. El Gallo with the aces just calling here. Thought he might raise, especially since it is a double straddled pot. As a matter of fact, I think if we look at the solver is saying this is a raise. But choosing to play the ace is a little bit passive. He does have one suit covered. He does have the diamonds covered. Oh, and it's going to come nothing but middle cards. Rock flopping a straight, but Regal flopping a better straight. So Rock with the 4-5 has the sucker straight, but he does have top set. And then Regal doesn't have the nut straight. The 9-10 is the nut straight. So Regal also has the sucker straight, but his is better than Rock's, and he doesn't want to call with the sucker straight. So Rock winning the pot. So once again, 3 hours directly south of San Antonio. I don't know if I talked about this on the last stream or the one before that, but I do know I did talk about the local airports, and the reason why is because of the Trailblazer series. We stream on this channel, the main channel, for all Texas Card House locations. TCH Live, we stream here every Friday night. And then on Wednesdays, we do have a 1-3 No Limit Texas Hold'em stream on the secondary channel, which is Texas Card House, 3 different words. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the Texas Card House in Houston is streaming on that channel later tonight. Oh, Baby Spider with the straddle. No, he just called. Baby Spider calling with the aces. Has the aces, but none of them are suited, but he does have suited cards in his hand. And looks like everybody's just going to call the $5 and check. So we're going 6 ways to a flop. 7 players, excuse me. And spades coming. Does anybody have spades? Baby Spider does have the ace of spades. So Baby Spider's still out in front, I believe, with his aces. No, it is the Baron that's ahead with his king and his open-ended straight draw. So he has an open-ended straight draw to go along with his king. So it seems like these players are also playing musical chairs, but the reason why is they are not allowed to be on their phones on the stream. Baby Spider turning trips. So the stream room, you cannot be on your phone, so you do see some of these players between hands get up and walk outside to get on their phone. So that's also a pretty standard rule on any type of stream that you might see. No electronics allowed at the table. Baby Spider putting out $50, hoping his trips are good. And everybody gonna fold. So there are 3 airports in the Rio Grande Valley. And the reason why I mention it is, if you notice the commercials at the beginning, the Texas Card House is running the Trailblazer series. So the Trailblazer series is going to make a stop at every Texas Card House location in the state. It kicked off last month at TCH Social in Austin. Next week, it's going to be at the Texas Card House in Spring, which is north of Houston. It's actually kind of by the airport in Houston. The airport in Houston located on the northeast side of Houston, George Bush Airport. Aces again. This time it is every hand Fran. And she's going to raise it up to 15. Coach with the quick call. Does have spades, does have hearts, and does have a pocket pair. Sparky coming along as well. Double suited in hearts and diamonds. Miguel making the call with his kings. Has 8-5 of hearts. Actually has better hearts than Sparky. But Coach has the best hearts with the 9 high hearts. All right, $77 in the middle. Hand 17, Texas Card House RGV. And it's going to come 10 high with 2 clubs. And a huge flop for seat 9. And how is he only 33%? He has a straight flush draw with the 8-7 of clubs and the 9 of clubs. He's actually... So both these players with the same hand. I'm not sure why they're showing coaches ahead when it is Tiburon with the flush draw, so he would be free rolling him. So am I missing something? 9-7 is straight. Both players have 9-7. Both players have the nuts right now, but the only player who could immediately improve on his hand is the 7, 8, 9 of clubs. So I don't know why the percentages are weighted towards Coach right now. He does have backdoor spade draws. Oh, here come the backdoor spades. But no, it's going to be a chop pot. So both players with pocket 9s, surprised that the other player had what they had.
Oh, you have better nines also? Oh, man. Oh, on the turn they both had a flush draw.
So pretty fun hand there, and I do realize Omaha not as popular as Texas Hold'em, but it is a very good change of pace to play every once in a while. And even though the stakes might seem small, as this is a 1-2 blind game with a $5 bring-in, you will see real big pots throughout the night whenever we do play PLO. This is going to be the last hand of PLO, as we are going to go back to Hold'em. So anytime the button gets to seat number 1, going back to Hold'em. So this is going to be the last hand until the button goes around again. ROE, row, round of each. So there was a button straddle. There was a button straddle. So it is 10 to go. Ace high flop. Every hand Fran with the ace. But it is Miguel's hand that's favored right now, as he needs a 9 for a straight. He also has backdoor hearts. So I've actually never seen this before, where the center area there does not pick up the flop, but there it is. It did pick it up now. It is slowing down the game just a bit. Every hand Fran turn-in trips. You can see the card reader picking up the queen of hearts, but that's actually an ace. And every hand Fran get in the check mark. 111. That's how much is in the pot. $111. Production crew did change out that Queen of Hearts to the Ace of Spades.
Scoopy on a high low. Scoopy on a PLO. Beautiful.
So Trailblazer Series making a stop in Austin last week, last month's spring next week, and then at the end of December, the Trailblazer Series will be making a stop here. So the closest airport to the Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley is located in the next city over, the city of McAllen. Airport code MFE. Direct flights to Dallas, from Dallas, available on American Airlines. Direct flights from Houston available on United Air. And direct flights to Vegas available on Allegiant Air. Austin, direct flights available on Delta.
We got 3 players to the flop.
Houston, direct flights available in United. And then the secondary airport we have here is located in Harlingen, Valley International Airport, which Southwest flies into. So direct flights available out of Austin on Southwest, flying into Harlingen. Out of Dallas Love Field, flying into Harlingen, and out of Houston Hobby. So the Trailblazer Series does make a stop here the week between Christmas and New Year's. Also, for all you tournament grinders, this is going to be a double points stop.
We got a $10 understand strike. We got $10 live strike, everybody. 10 to play.
So it is about a just under a 5-hour drive from here to Houston. Just over a 4-hour drive from here to Austin. And obviously, just gave you the airport options. All right, back to Hold'em we go. And Sparky with the jacks. Looks like he's going to be... Is he just going to call or make a 3-bet here? He's trying to figure out how many chips Miguel has to see if he wants to play a big pot now or a big pot post-flop. It looks like he wants to play a big pot post-flop. Just making the call with El Gallo in between. Probably would have put in a 3-bet there to get heads up. Oh, huge flop for Miguel. Top pair with the nut flush draw. And we're going to be getting stacks in post-flop as Sparky getting the 8-high flop, liking his jacks. He is favored, but by only 2%. Miguel should be going all in. There's the all in. Sparky's going to make the call. They're going to talk about running it once or twice.
What's the bet for 8.5? How much is it?
Sparky is thinking about this. Thinking he might be up, I guess, against aces, kings, or queens, but he's just going to have to call it off, I think. And yeah. Like I said, he's in front right now, but he has a lot of cards to dodge. Going to have to be like Neo from the Matrix. He's good. And he's the chosen one. Not sure if he realized he won the pot. Doesn't seem too excited. Nice hand, Sparky.
Barrels, table 9.
So Miguel gonna be rebuying. And here are the chip counts as Baby Spider is leading the way right now. He's up about 500. El Gallo, his favorite number is 3. He's up $333. Sparky, who just won that last hand, he is on his second buy-in, though. He's in for $500, so he is up $98. Rigo also out in front. Every hand Fran. Pretty much everybody in the green with the exception of Rock and Coach, but they're only down less than $200. So Miguel should be down $200 because this is his second buy-in. So it hadn't got updated yet, but now it's updated. So next time that flashes up, it should show him down 200. Baby Spider raising it with the 10-8 offsuit. Every hand calling with the better 10. And even Coach has a better 10. So everybody with the 10 in their hand. Rock with the best hand right now with the 6s. And it's going to come queen high. Every hand Fran with top pair. $107 in the pot. But Baby Spiders, the pre-flop aggressor, going to continue on with his aggression. Coach gets out of the way. Rock, no set, no bet. He makes the fold. And we're going heads up. Baby Spider looking for a spade. I'm pretty sure he's going to slow down. There's the check. Don't know what Fran's going to do. Fran also going to check. Baby Spider's bluffing if a spade comes out. Spade does not come out. Fran's still good with her queens, and it's going to go check, check. So they are going to be doing a quick dealer change here, as they have been playing for an hour. The dealers do change out every hour on the stream. And would like to remind you about the Trailblazer series. The top 50 players are entered into a 50K free roll. And the player who has the most points is going to get a brand new car. It is a Chevy Trailblazer. And as I said, double points are going to be available at this stop. Also, something special for this stop as well. The player who fires the most bullets, the player who has the most entries, will automatically qualify for the 50K free roll. So dealer change taking place every hour on the stream. I believe we have Enrique coming in. Miguel is your big blind. Rigo under the gun with the quick fold. Rock looks like he's making a call. This is 1-3. 1-3. Everybody putting out $5 chips, but it is 1-3. No limit Texas Hold'em. Dealer's just going to have to make some change, I believe. Unless Miguel raises it. And Miguel does raise it to 25. Rock with the quick call. And Tiburon does the same. So Rock 6-4 of spades. Coach with the natural 9. 6 + 3 = 9. Of course, that is a baccarat term, if you are familiar with baccarat. Coach is calling with the 6-high here. Rock also with 6-high. Miguel has the ace-jack, the best hand right now. He was your pre-flop raiser. Let's see if he continues his aggression as we are going 4 ways to a flop. And it's going to come ace-high. Miguel should be putting out a continuation bet here. He has 175 in his stack, probably around 50. Looks like 50. It's 55. And Coach might get sticky with bottom pair. Might. He's thinking about getting sticky. He flashes the 3 and folds. I think maybe if Miguel had more chips in front of him, Coach would get sticky there, trying to win a big pot. But Miguel does take down the pot. And Button will move to seat 5. Here's the VPIP. We are 23 hands in. There's the 3-betting percentage. Baby Spider way out in front at 40%. So Coach, 78% on the VPIP, which is one of the reasons why Chubbs gave up his seat. He knew that Coach likes to see flops. The players at the table knew that Coach likes to see flops, so they're like, why don't you give up your seat, Chubbs? And he obliged, and then on top of that, he gave the players a $100 free roll. 9-7, that's a pretty hand for seat 9. Pretty watch, too. I believe my watch guy is watching the stream. So you know who you are. What type of watch does seat 9 have? So Baby Spider also with 9-7 suited. And we are going 4 ways to a flop. Check that 3 ways to a flop. So we have a straight draw for Coach, and we have middle pair for the 9-7s. And both 9-7s have backdoor flush draws. A red 6. It's a red card. So there's that backdoor flush I was talking about. Coach now picking up a pair to go along with his straight draw. Baby Spider's probably going to be done with this hand. And let's see if Coach calls here. He did pick up a pair to go along with his straight draw, and he is going to call. You can see his outs on the top of the screen. He does have 5 live outs. Needs a 5, needs a 3, needs a 6. Oh, he's going to get that straight. Very tricky board here, as there is a 4-liner out there to a straight. Oh, and he's going to get called. So, interesting call here from the 9-7. Really not beating much, as it only has middle pair. But Coach will get the win. And those chips are in play. So seat 9 will rebuy. Both Baby Spider and El Gallo up $300. Every hand Fran up $200. And then Sparky, Coach Rigo, and Miguel all up about 100. As a matter of fact, I think what happened with Miguel is they took him out of the system. So he's actually down. Showing he's up $75. He's down $125 because he's in for 2 buy-ins. So if the player loses and doesn't rebuy immediately, the system will take him out. And then once he decided to rebuy, the system put him back in. So Miguel is actually down. And Baby Spider's going to raise it with the ace-5. Gets immediately called by Frank, gets immediately called by Coach. And Miguel making the call, 10-8 of hearts. Rock coming along with the Queen Deuce of hearts. So Rock will be first to act here, as the small blind did fold. And it's going to come king high, 2 diamonds, 2 pair for Tiburon. And he's going to check. Fran with top pair, jack kicker. I think she's going to get checked raised here. Top and bottom pair for the shark. Diamonds on the board as well. Fran does have the king of diamonds. And here's the check raised. Gonna put Fran in a weird position here. Fran was liking her hand on the flop, which is why she bet. And looks like she's thinking about calling it off here. It's $180 total. Yeah, I think Fran's going to make the call. She does have outs, a jack or an 8 for an immediate out, but it looks like the other 8s have been folded. Now there's, 2 of the 8s have been folded. This is higher than a 3, so she still has outs, but she will not get there. So full house for the king 3, and that's going to be a football square, I believe. If it is the high hand, yeah, the dealer is calling out square. So we will break down the football squares next hand, but essentially anytime a player hits a high hand, they do win a football square for the Thursday night game, the Sunday night game, and the Monday night game. So their name stays on the grid for the 3 games. However, at the end of each game, their numbers do get redrawn. So just in case if a player gets a quote-unquote bad number, now they will have a chance to get a good number on the next game. Baby Spider put it on the straddle. Fran just taking the hit last hand. We'll jump right back in the action with the suited connectors, 5-6 of clubs. Coach coming along as well, Sparky. And El Gallo should be putting on a raise, and I like a big raise here. I like $100. He likes 65. I will admit $100 is on the big side, but the way the game normally plays, he's normally going to get a call. But right now, Sparky, yep, every hand Fran making the call, and that might bring along Coach. And I said I do like 100, and this is the reason why. You do want to clear out some of the limpers, and it looks like all of the limpers are calling. And Sparky's getting priced in here. Oh, he makes the fold. I'm not gonna lie, I would have called there. And I see his hand, and I see El Gallo's hand, and I still would have called. Oh, Fran with a huge flop here. Top pair and a straight draw. Coach has middle pair and a straight draw. And El Gallo with just ace high. Coach with the $100 bet. Fran only has $245 left in her stack. So Fran should be going all in here once it's folded to her. El Gallo just putting on a little show here, as he cannot call with a player behind him. Let me rephrase this. He should not call with a player behind him. Doesn't mean he's not going to call, but has unsuited cards. It's a rainbow board. No possibility of some backdoor draws. Did have a nice hand pre-flop, but totally misses a flop, gets out of the way. And is Fran just going to call or go all in? Those are the only 2 choices, and she's just going to call here. You can see the outs on the top for Coach, but a lot of those outs are just to chop. Fran still out in front. She checks, and coach is going to put Fran all in. Over $500 in the pot. Fran's going to be making the call. Fran's going to be making the call. And there's the call. So they're asking once or twice. They're going to do 2 rivers. And coach is going to see he's in bad shape because the only card that he can win with is a 4. If a 5 comes, it gives Fran a better 2 pair. If a 7 or a deuce comes, it gives him the same straight. So Fran in really good shape here. She might chop one of the pots, but she is way out in front, over 80% to win as the cards lie. And she's going to win that, and she's going to win that. So scoop for every hand Fran, 5-6 suited, going to win a $629 pot. So they will take care of that, and I will break down the football squares for you. I do realize some people are visual learners, and I'm not going to lie, I was a visual learner in school. So here's the breakdown here. Every earn squares every hour. And the cool part about this is rollovers are available. So I was actually here last night for the Thursday night game, and the final score was not hit. So that final score is going to be $1,000. It's going to increase by $250 for the Sunday night game. So it's $250 every quarter with rollovers, though. That's the key. So continuing on, we are still playing Hold'em for another couple of hands. So coach theming a bit. Losing the last hand, raising the next hand here with Jack 6. It is suited, though. El Gallo calling him with a better Jack. Oh, and Rock with aces. But just like the previous sizing, I don't like the sizing. And you can see how many people are calling. Everybody. One of the reasons why you want to raise is you want to protect your hand. But when you pick up 3 other players, it's kind of hard to continue on certain board textures. We're going 4 ways to a flop, and that's a good board for aces. Oh, and coach leading here. Is something scan wrong? I know we've been having issues with the scanner, because this is a very unorthodox play if he has Jack 6 of diamonds. Doesn't even have a backdoor flush draw. And I think I don't know what's going on here. If he has the Jack 6, he's basically drawn dead. Let's see if he shows. Any 5 made a straight. So if coach would have gone crazy there with Jack 5, he would have got there. But instead, Rock is going to win a big pot with the aces. So coach going to be rebuying, and while they take care of the rebuy, let us remind you about the tournament going on right now. The Free Roll Friday Frenzy, $2,000 guaranteed, free, giving out free money every Friday at 6 p.m. There was 49 players that entered. and they are down to 18 players right now. So they've been playing for over 2 hours, over 49 players entering the free roll Friday frenzy. So Rock just winning the last hand. Going to be calling the straddle. And Tiburon going to be raising it up to 50 here with the 6 deuce of hearts, and it's going to work. So he actually had Rock dominated, and Rock is letting him know that he had him dominated. All right, so the button is on back to seat 1, and we are going back to the 4-card game. It's going to be $1, $2 the blinds with a $5 bring-in. Baby Spider put in the $10 button straddle. The dealer will change out the $5 as it is a $1, $2 blind. The bring-in is $5. Action is going to be on every hand Fran and seat number 2, as the action will start to the left of the straddle. Baby Spider up $326. Every hand Fran up $323. And action is going to be on every hand Fran. Probably be folding this hand, especially since she's out of position. Coach came to play. He's making the call with the 10-7-4-3. Sparky looks like he's going to be raising. He should probably just say pot here. Looks like he's cutting out 40. Sparky with king, queen, jack, jack has clubs. Rock with the ace, king, and the 3s. No suits, though. Does make the call. Baby Spider getting a really good price and has a very sneaky hand. 9-10 of hearts, 4-5 of diamonds, and we are going 4 ways to a flop. $161 in the pot. And it's going to come 9 high. So Baby Spider flopping 2 pair, 9s and 4s. Sparky with the jacks. It's showing he's out in front right now. Not sure. I don't know how that's calculated. Well, I do know how it's calculated, but I cannot do the math that quick. My public education math is thinking Baby Spider should be 41% and Sparky should be 30%. And Baby Spider is raising here. Sparky's not going to be able to call this. Coach has a gut shot, needs a 9, but he will let it go. And you can see Sparky only has 2 outs, so now they're 50-50 that everybody else has got out of the way. Does have backdoor clubs, but I cannot see him calling here, as he has $357 behind. It's going to be a $300 raise, so he's going to commit most of those chips, although he does have 60 out there. Sparky going all in, and obviously Baby Spider going to call the extra chips. So it's essentially 50-50 right now.
Who's up right now? Every what? Fourth?
And I believe they're going to do 2 turns and 2 rivers. The dealer getting the exact count. Sparky might have said just call, so there still might be action. And that's going to give Sparky some more outs. And he's going to go with the hand. I mean, he pretty much committed himself on the flop. Sparky did catch more outs with that king. And that's not one of them. So the 9-4, the Baby Spider going to be getting the win. I'm a little surprised Sparky went with that hand. And let's see if Sparky rebuys. And I don't think Sparky's going to rebuy. Yeah, so I think Sparky was ready to win a big pot or ready to go home. And I think that's why he went with those jacks, although it was 50-50 when they got it all in. So we do have a seat open. I do not know if there's a waiting list. I do not know if Chubbs is going to come back. I don't think Chubbs is going to come back because he already gave the table a $100 free roll. There is somebody on the waiting list, but they are not in the building. They are signed up to the Poker Atlas. 8-8-4 deuce, no suits. But Miguel will make the call regardless. Small 3-bet coming from Coach with his aces. He did not pot it as Baby Spider made it 35 and Fran made the call, and it looks like Coach making it 100. So the pot would have been 35 times 3, which would have been 105 plus Baby Spider's 35 plus any of the other people that called the $5. So if Coach would have said pot here, this should have been a bigger raise, but instead he raises it to 100, and he's going to be out of position as well. Oh, every hand Fran with a huge flop here, flopping top pair with a flush draw and a straight draw. Coach with the ace of spades, going to be going all in with the blocker. And Fran's going to have to call it off here. I know it's easy once you see the cards. And we can see every hand's Fran's outs on the top. She's actually favored to win the hand right now. Has a straight draw, flush draw, top pair, although she is out-kicked by the top pair, surprisingly. Fran is thinking about it, but as I said, she's going to come to the same conclusion that I came to. And I think they're going to run it twice. No, just once. And there's the spade for Fran. She hit the straight too with the queen 10. So she hit the straight and the flush. Oh. So they did announce twice, but they did not let the dealer know. The deck is still intact though. The deck is still intact. So they will run it twice. And Fran, I think, is going to scoop. Yeah, Fran is going to scoop. I don't know what the second run out is. So we talked about this earlier. There are different things you have to do whenever you play on the stream. And one of the things is to make sure that the dealer hears you. So I know it's easy to be the Monday morning quarterback, but you can see the dealer has a headset on, the dealer has his ears covered, and the dealer is talking with somebody else. The dealer is talking with the production crew who run the action tracker, the software that keeps track of the cards, the bets, and everything like that. Somebody is manually entering those bet sizes in the computer. So anytime a player calls at the table, the dealer will say in his microphone, take for example right here, the actions on seat 7, Regal. So the dealer will say seat 7 calls, seat 7 folds, seat 7 raises. And then once the action's on the next player, the dealer will repeat the same thing. So the dealer's busy on his headset, busy on his microphone. And that's why it's very important for the players to make sure the dealer sees them. Because there's a very good chance the dealer's not going to be able to hear them. So that's what happened there. Normally, if you're playing on a normal table, the dealer does not have the headset on, so the players will say twice. The dealer will hear that it's twice, and they'll run it twice. But the deck was still intact, which is one of the reasons why all of the dealers have a certain procedure. And whenever they put out the river, they keep the deck intact and essentially go and drop the deck, but it's still intact. And the dealer was able to pick up the deck still intact and run it twice, and Frank got the straight the second time. All right, 10 high flop, and we do have clubs. Every hand Fran has clubs. She also has bottom pair to go along with it. Top pair for Miguel. Top 2 pair for Miguel. But it's Baby Spider who's going to be betting with his kings and gut shot straight draw. Does have backdoor hearts. Fran gets out of the way, but I do not think Miguel is getting out of the way. He has top 2 pair. He has 225 in his stack. The bet is going to be 75. So should be going all in here. I think, oh wow, he folded. That was top 2 pair. He did not have any clubs to go with it though, so I think that's why he folded. Of course, I'm sure everybody has experienced the same thing at the poker table where a certain hand gets played at the table, and then once all the players see the cards at the end, they're like, oh, well, you should have done this or you should have done that. Everybody's an expert after the hand. And obviously here, with us able to see the players hold cards, then it's easy to know or think what they should do, but obviously the players do not know what the other players holding. So Rock with the ace, the suited ace and the deuces makes the call. Tiburon does the same. Baby Spider with the aces. He's an aggressive player and he's going to be raising. He says the magic word, and that is pot. So it's going to be the last call, which was seat 9. You multiply that by 3, and then whatever is behind that gets added to the pot. So it was a $5 for seat 9. That's times 3. That's 15. Rock called the 5, so that's 20. And then the big blind and the small blind count as $5, so that's 25. So Baby Spider making it 25. Sparky vacating seat 4, but we do have somebody taking seat 4. And Baby Spider's going to be hitting top set. Open-ended straight draw for El Gallo. But it is seat 9. Tiburon betting his flush draw here. Baby Spider, easy for me to say, Baby Spider going to be putting out the raise. He knows he has the best hand right now. So he's going to start building a pot with the best hand. El Gallo with open ender. Don't think he's going to be able to call this bet. So good raise there by Baby Spider, as he did fold out one player who could have beat him. The other player who can beat him has the flush draw. Oh, Rock calling here too. What does Rock have? Oh, Rock is the one with the flush draw. Well, Rock has a big hand, but there's only 2 spades left. Baby Spider still with the nuts. I think he's going to say pot. He's seeing how much Rock has left in his stack. But he's going to say pot. Actually, he's going to bet 425. So Rock top pair with a flush draw. Super good hand in Hold'em. In Omaha, it's also a good hand, but not when you're facing a pot-sized bet on the flop and on the turn, or a near pot-sized bet. So Rock can only hit his flush, and he's not going to pay $425 to see it. He's going to let it go. So Baby Spider with the win. Let's see if the VPEP pops up here. Nope, it is the stack sizing. That win takes Baby Spider to over $1,000 for the night. Every hand friend also in the green. It's showing everybody's in the green right now. I don't know how that's possible. Oh, big stack coming in at the table, over $2,000. Seat 4 coming in, that's Ruben, has $2,100 in his stack, and we have an under the gun straddle, and Baby Spider will put on the double straddle. Action's going to be on every hand Fran. Let's see what she has. She's got an ace, but it's not suited. So she will let it go. Of course, Omaha is a game of draws. Draw into straights, draw into flushes, draw into full houses. But if you are drawn to a flush, you want it to be the nut flush. And Fran's ace was not suited. And she knew you want the nut flush draw, so she folded. Coach going to be calling with the second nut flush draw on spades, the king high flush. Rigo makes the call. Tiburon makes the call as well. Baby Spider with another premium hand. Thinking about raising it and will raise it. Makes it $100 more. And I think everybody's going to call here, but it's just Coach making the call. So Coach with the King 10, 7, 3 has spades. Baby Spider has clubs. And it's going to come ace high. So Baby Spider going to check his top pair. Does not have a diamond draw. 303 in the pot. Baby Spider going to be betting a third of the pot. Gut shot straight draw for Coach. And he's going to come along. Baby Spider does not want to hit a queen. And he does not hit that queen. Baby Spider with the check mark. Does he go for value, thin value? He only has one pair. And normally in Omaha, you do not feel comfortable with one pair. So he's going to check that pair. Give Coach an opportunity to bluff here. And Coach knows he can only win the hand with a bluff. But he's going to pull the trigger? It's only $200 though. So 200 into 500. I do like the thought of a bluff here. But the sizing is just going to be too small. And Baby Spider will show his ace. I do not know if Baby Spider would have called a pot-sized bet on the river. So Baby Spider will add to his stack. And let's see the VPIP. No, it's the chips counts again. He's up 1,700 now. Every hand Fran up 700. All right, here's a pre-flop raisin, and no surprise, Baby Spider way out in front of that graphic. Pre-flop raisin, he has done that 41% of the time.
No, it's being live streamed on YouTube. So you have any fans out there, you can send them on YouTube. They'll cheer you
So
on.
this is a under the gun straddle from Baby Spider. So seat 6, Miguel actually really just stumbled onto the stream table here as he saw on Poker Atlas it said a round of each, and he's all like, well, I want to play a round of each, but he didn't realize that that this is being streamed. So they're actually letting him know right now, hey, you are on the internet right now.
Yeah, what is the camera? See the cameras? One there, one there, one there, one there. One on the top.
So ace high flop coming. Tiburon with an ace, but even better, he has the 5 deuce, which is going to be the straight, and he's going to bet 20 bucks. Coach going to be calling him with a pair and a straight draw, and everybody else will get out of the way. Showing Coach has 0 outs. All of the other deuces have been folded, but he actually has 2 pair now, so now he has 1 out as a 5 or a 3, and it looks like there might be 1 3 left. So Coach calling for a straight, but picks up 2 pair, and he's going to be making this call as well. So I said there were no black chips on the table earlier, but seat number 4, Ruben, bringing some black chips to the table. So Coach winding up with 3 pair, and Tiburon going all in here. So Coach having 9s, 5s, and 3s, but he will make the fold. So the black chips valued at $100, and you can see Ruben has them stacked correctly. You always want your big chips to be in front or on top of your stack, and he checks both those boxes. Has the $100 chips stacked on top of the green chips in the front where everybody can see what he has. You can see Fran in seat 3 has the big chips, the green chips stacked on top. And actually, Rigo in seat 7 there. Oh, this is a brand new set. I've never seen this before. Did you see that? I've never seen that before. The software did update. It's actually kind of cool. Average tank time. And every hand Fran leading the way there. So there's some stats. This is not our software. Obviously, a company a company made the software or whatever. So some of the stats that have flashed up in the past, to be honest with you, me personally, I really don't like them, and some of them I don't even understand. There is a stat called the aggression frequency, and I have asked numerous people, I have asked other commentators, how is the aggression frequency calculated, and nobody can give me a straight answer. So I wouldn't mind that stat if I knew how it was calculated. The tank time, I love that stat. So 6-9 is a straight, and Tiburon has the 6-9. Miguel with the flush draw. El Gallo with the naked ace, the ace of spades. It's going to check around the rock, who has a straight draw. He actually has a wrap. The 9-10 is open-ended, but since he has the jack, that's going to give him more outs towards his straight, as he can actually hit a 9 or a 10 for his straight as well.
Is it more multiple or just 300?
So this hand is slowly shaping up to be a big pot. So that's going to give Miguel top pair to go along with his flush draw. As a matter of fact, 2 pair to go along with his flush draw. Every hand Fran is going to be calling here with her set of 5s, wanting the board to pair. Coach making the call with his straight draw. Miguel coming along, and Rock is in as well. Like I said, it's slowly shaping up to a big pot here. Looks like it's over 700 once Rock makes the call. No, 665. I thought it would have taken it to 765. So everybody on a draw, you got to love Omaha, and everybody misses. So the 6-9 flopping the nuts on the flop. And there's a saying in Omaha, you never want to flop the nuts on the flop in Omaha. But this time it works out for Tiburon. Did he say 100 or did he go all in? Every hand Fran has too many people behind him. Excuse me, she has too many people behind her to call here. But if it's just a $100 bet, you can see that there's over $700 in the pot. So she is getting an account. I don't know if it's a $100 bet. I saw him push out 1 stack of hundreds, but he might have said all in because it is showing he is all in for 285. And Fran does have a decision here. I think if it's 100, she's calling. No, she folds. With all the players left to act behind her, I totally understand why she made that fold. But yes, it wasn't all in. It wasn't all in. So I was going to say she cannot call with 3 players behind her with bottom sets. She flopped bottom sets because it's real easy for somebody to have a set of 7s there or a set of 8s as well. So one more hand of Omaha before we go back to Hold'em. Let us know in the comments if you are enjoying this round of each game. This is the second time we stream the round of each, as we are trying to give the viewers something a little different. We do realize that there's a lot of different streams out there, but most of them are just going to be Hold'em streams. Most of them are going to be low to mid stakes as well. 1-2 Hold'em, 1-3, 2-5. So the round of each, just changing it up. Miguel's stack is getting a little short here as he has less than $100. Does have kings in his hand. 9-7 of hearts as well. Every hand Fran living up to her name, making the call. And we are going 6 ways to a flop. And it's going to come 10 high with a 5. Every hand Fran with a 5. But Coach flopping a full house. So Coach has less than $200 in his stack. Coach just calling as he should, setting the trap here. I think every hand Fran's drawn dead. I don't know if there's another 5 left in the deck, but she is drawn to the last 5 if that's the case. Miguel needs a king. Coach in really good shape here. Needed to avoid a 5 or a king. $105 in the pot here, and Fran's going to continue on. I believe there's, all right, here we go. Coach is going to get it in here. That should save Miguel some money. Like I said, he did start off the hand with less than $100. So this should let him know that his kings are no longer good. He might call it off just because he has so little left, but no, he does preserve his stack. And Fran is going to see the bad news. There is 1 5 left. 5 of spades. Oh, my gosh. Wow. Fran getting there on the river, and Coach cannot believe it. Baby Spider is also in shock, as I'm sure you are as well. Every hand Fran with just really has no words to say. So Logan in the chat enjoying the row, and like I said, I do realize that obviously Texas Hold'em is the most popular and most people enjoy watching that, but at the same time, as I just mentioned, there are a lot of other Hold'em streams out there on the internet, so this kind of gives you the Hold'em, which we're going back to in this hand, but then we have the change of pace with the row, and I do realize it can be a little hard to keep track of with the 4 cards flashing up and everybody having these endless possibilities to make a certain hand, but it is a nice change of pace. So Miguel just calling here with the 6s. We are back to the Hold'em portion of this round of each. This is $1, $3, and I don't know if Coach is going to be rebuying, but he did leave his seat, and I don't blame him as Fran hit the 1 outer. $10 high flop, 2 clubs, everybody missing the flop, but Ruben is going to posture at it for $15. And Miguel is pretty much in the danger zone with his stack. Oh, Miguel would have hit a set of 6s, but Ruben bet him out of the hand with his 7 high. Rigo with the best hand here has the deuce. Let's see if he lets it go to the second bet. A lot of times players will stick around 1 time. And it looks like Rigo gonna stick around a 2nd time here. The clubs get in there, but Ruben finally slows down, and Rigo will check behind. No reason to bet here. Oh, he did turn his cap around. So he does check, he wins the pot. So he turns his cap around and he wins the pot. So maybe the cap isn't bad luck. These guys are professionals, not newbie. I know Playground. Oh, luck distribution. I have no idea how that's calculated, but I love that. I love that stat. Okay, this one's good too. Every hand Fran over 10 minutes of tank time, but she's the second biggest stack, so I'm not going to argue with that. Yeah, so Playground Sports Cards. One of the players that plays on our stream, and he's kind of become a regular on our stream, is goes by Newbie. He goes by Newbie. So Playground Sports Cards with a little shot there.
Come on, where's the oh.
Rock with diamonds, Baby Spider with diamonds, and Baby Spider's going to hit top pair. Keep in mind his luck distribution is at 100%. I don't know how that's calculated. I'm going to have to find out how that's calculated. So Baby Spider will show the ace. For some reason, when I saw Regal turned his Mets hat the right way, I thought of the story, the Gone Girl story. All right, let's take a look at the VPIP. Coach, who got really unlucky, is leading the way there. Largest pots. No surprise, the biggest stack at the table is Baby Spider. He has won the largest pot. Every hand Fran there as well, and Baby Spider also up there as well. So Baby Spider winning 2 of the 3 biggest pots thus far tonight. Ruben has only been here for 6 hands, but he does have an 80% VPIP. El Gallo in at the lowest at 22%. Me personally, I feel anything more than 20% when you're playing on the stream is a good number. So it looks like Miguel putting out his big blind. Like I said, he's getting short on chips. So he's going to have to make a move here pretty soon here. Players not realizing there was a button straddle folding, and here's the move I was talking about. Oh, every hand Frank going to call here with the suited king, and Ruben calling with the better ace. Ruben was the straddler. You could see the blue or purple S right there. That means that he did straddle. And Ruben's going to hit the 10, but Fran hits the king. There is an empty side pot, which is going to cause her to check. But Ruben's going to start building a side pot here, as he did hit the 10. Fran's going to call at least once. It is a big bet, though. She only has a 2 kicker. It is a big bet, but it is hard to make a pair, and Fran knows that. Especially in Hold'em, it's hard to make a pair, so Fran will make the call once, and we'll see if Ruben pumps the brakes here on the turn. This is a side pot. I think maybe Ruben put out the 75 since the all-in was for 61. So he wanted to get a rebate in case if he lost the main pot. Oh, and he's not going to lose the main pot as he hits trips on the turn. And now Ruben putting out a $100 bet, putting Fran in a weird position here. Fran with only the 2 kickers. As a matter of fact, her kicker's not even playing. She has kings and 10s with an 8 kicker. Her kicker's not playing, and she's going to make the crying call. So she's going to need to hit a king. I've seen her hit a 1-outer before. She's not going to hit it this time, as Miguel makes a pair of 9s, but he cannot feel too good with all this action going on in front of him. And Ruben's going to try to get max value with his 310s, putting out a really small bet here, pretty much pricing Fran in. Let's see if Fran's able to get away. She's getting a really good price, and she's going to take the price and see the 10 from Ruben. So pretty big pot there for Ruben. $784 pot. Looks like Coach is back. So I guess this is the movie stream because I talked about Vegas Vacation earlier. I'm now talking about the movie Gone Girl with Ben Affleck. So Ben Affleck from Boston, a really big Red Sox fan. And obviously, if you're a huge Red Sox fan, you hate the Yankees. That's just the way it goes. I don't make the rules. So the director of the film Gone Girl wanted him to wear a New York Yankees hat in the movie, and he refused. And the compromise was he wore a New York Mets hat. So a little fun fact. That's another good movie. So I've given you 2 good movie recommendations. All right, coolers. This is a really great update. I'm not going to lie. This is my first time seeing this. This is a really great update here. So the King 3 versus the King Jack. Yep. King 3 was dominated pre-flop. And then the Jacks versus the Ace 8. That was more of a cooler when the flop came out because the Ace 8 flop top pair with the nut flush draw and missed. So we do have a seat open as Miguel losing the last pot, not rebuying. So seat of open on the row table. I don't know if there is a list. I have not checked Poker Atlas in a while.
He was fouled no matter what, but they're going to check that when... What do you think it was? I couldn't tell. There's a foul, but they're going to check if there was still time when the foul happened.
So there is no small blind this hand, as there will be one single big blind, Rigo, as Miguel is not rebuying. So they are punching in all of the information for the rebuy that Coach did. Now, any of the stats that pop up going forward is going to treat Coach as a new player. So even though this is, I believe, his 3rd buy-in, he was logged out of the system. So it's treating him as a new player. Big blind only, action on rock with the 9-4. He makes the fold. Tibaron with the raise. Ace 7 of hearts. Baby Spider making the call. Coach jumping right back in, the 5-3 of clubs. El Gallo with the San Francisco bus boy. Makes the call with the suited cards. Rigo also with suited cards. So Baby Spider has both Rigo and El Gallo dominated, as he has King Queen. And it is Coach flopping trips, El Gallo flopping a flush draw, and Tiburon flopping top pair. So actions on Coach, but I think he is having a late dinner. He has trips. The only question is, does he raise? And no, he's just gonna... Oh, he min-raised? Essentially a min-raise, and that's gonna get El Gallo to fold his flush draw. I think El Gallo is calling the initial $70 there. Oh, nice fold from the Shark. He figured that Coach had a 5, and he figured right. So fold into essentially a min bet, fold in an ace.
No, he missed the first one already?
So Jeff asking if there's any specials going on right now, and we will let you know after this hand. So straddle, re-straddle. So somebody's card's not getting scanned. That is the pause in the action. So Coach winning with 5-3 last hand. Now he's playing 5-2. Four ways to a flop we go. So the camera not zooming in onto the flop, but there is a flop out. It thinks that Coach still needs to act. That's what the bubbles are under his name. Ruben with a raise here. So these cameras are actually controlled by the action. Whenever the action is on a certain player, then that camera will zoom into that player. And that's why the camera is zoomed in right now on seat 3, Coach. You can see at the bottom of the screen, it still thinks that the action's on him. It's only showing $22 in the pot, so somebody's cards did not get scanned properly, and it is still thinking that the action is pre-flop here, but we're actually on a turn. And this is a pretty big pot, as Ruben raising Baby Spider, and it looks like Baby Spider has the best hand. There we go. So now all the graphics are gonna catch up, and it was actually Baby Spider's cards that weren't scanned. So the mystery hand there for Baby Spider. So we do 2 for 1 time every month, and this month it's going to be on Tuesday. On a Tuesday. So normally it is $12 an hour for the seat-in fee, and you can get 2 for 1 time up to $100, and that time gets saved. So if you show up, you pay for 2 for 1 time, but you only use a couple of hours. Next time you show up, that 2 for 1 time will still be on your card. So pretty neat little deal there. Also, we are running a Thanks for Giving promotion, where you do get a discount on your hours if you donate some food items. So you donate 2 food items, and instead of $24, you will get a discount. And looks like we are having seat number 6 taken, and that's going to be Vagabond. He's played on the stream before. Like I said earlier, the only ones that hadn't played on the stream that I knew of was Miguel in seat 6 and seat 9. Seat 9, I believe, has played on the stream, but I was not commentating. So I do like to talk to these players beforehand, just get a little information on them, because I'm sure you're watching at home and you're like, hey, what's the deal with Baby Spider? What can you tell me about Baby Spider? Well, I could tell you his dad's nickname is King Spider. So every hand Fran with the jacks, raising it up to 25, and everybody folding. So every hand Fran, her real name is Francis, and a long time ago when she first started playing poker. When she first started playing poker, she does what a lot of people do. You want to play every hand. And that's what she did, and she got the nickname one night Every Hand Fran, and it's just kind of stuck. And as I said, seat 9, going by the name Tiburon tonight, which means shark in Spanish. All right, Ruben with the 4s, raising it up to 25 this time. And he's picking up callers. We're going 3 ways. Queen high coming on the flop. Actually, Tiburon hitting a 6, but Ruben is going to put out the continuation bet. El Gallo, that translates to rooster. He's going to be raising here. It's a small raise. Ruben's going to make the call. El Gallo kind of has to bet the turn now, no matter what comes. He would like a spade, an ace, or a 10 to come. Oh, there's a 10. He has 427 left in his stack, so now that he made a hand, he's going to slow down. He bets. He raised when he had nothing, and he checked when he hit a pair. And Ruben cannot like his 4s. And it's going to go checked all the way down. So El Gallo picking up the win. So Baby Spider up over 2,000 tonight. We have one more hand of Hold'em, and then we will go back to Omaha. There is a $10 straddle on the button, so action will start on Baby Spider. Once again, this is the last hand of Omaha, the last round that is. And then we're going to go back to Omaha for 9 hands. And then once the button gets back to seat 1, then we'll change it back again. Every Hand Fran does have $3 in, but she does fold. Ruben with the Jack 7 calls the straddle. Vagabond with the double down hand gets rid of it. Rigo with the King Jack just makes the call. And the button's going to exercise his option and raise it up to 50 with the ace, 3 of diamonds. He actually has the best hand right now. Ruben with the fold. He's going to get at least one call, I think. Rigo with the backwards hat now. We are on a 15-minute delay, so maybe he heard I was making fun of the Mets. And Rock getting with the call. Ten high flop. 2 overcards and a gut shot for Rigo. He's going to check it, and it's going to go check around. Rock with the best hand right now with the 5s, but cannot feel too comfortable. It's going to go check around again. And the ace on the river coming for Tiburon, and he's going to bet it. Rock probably missing a bet there, but was a little scared off with the spades. All right, back to Omaha we go. PLO style. I kind of want to see that tank time flash up. Baby Spider trying to put on a straddle, but Ruben does have priority in seat number 4. So Baby Spider will have to remove the straddle. There, the dealer's telling him, no, no, no. So I guess seat number 9 doesn't like green chips. He said green go and gives the green chips to Baby Spider, and Baby Spider gives him $100 worth of red chips. $10 straddle. El Gallo in seat 5, making sure his cards scan properly. He's got the Ace King 9-6. I honestly don't know what to do with this hand. I think he's going to call the 5. No. Neither the Ace nor the King was suited, so he did get rid of it. And a small raise coming from Rigo to $10. And another small raise coming from Tibaron. And we are going 4 ways to a flop. And it's going to come queen high, 2 spades. Nobody with spades, but coach with a queen. And he's going to bet that queen. $80 in the pot. Looks like he's going to bet $80. $81 in the pot. He's betting 75. He does pick up a call from 9-9-10-10, needing a jack. Spade coming on the turn might slow things down, and it does just that as both players check. 4 coming on the river, so coach with the queen. Had queens, has a queen in his hand with 2 10s, and he's going to win. So he is playing queen 10. Those are actually queen 8. Excuse me, I did not even see that he flopped 2 pair. I said this earlier, it's very hard to keep up with everybody's hand since they have 4 cards in their hand. So, atypical blackjack. Oh, here we go. Largest pots. Got Baby Spider. Every hand Fran, Baby Spider, Chubbs, and Ruben. So it is 9 hands of Omaha and then 9 hands of Hold'em. We're playing 9-handed. So when the button gets to seat 1, then we switch the games. We are playing Omaha right now. We are in hand number 45, but that's total hands. That's not hands of Omaha. That's total hands. On a normal Hold'em stream, we'll get somewhere between 80 and 100 hands. That's not going to be the case tonight, as it does take longer to play Omaha. It takes longer to deal Omaha. And then we did have some problems with the card reader earlier, which seems to be popping back up. So I think we might get to 70 hands tonight. Seven ways we go to a flop of Jack High and a set of 7s for Vagabond. But it is Ruben leading with his top and bottom pair. And Vagabond just put it on the call here. Really wants to see a 4, as that'll give Ruben a full house. Coach calling with his straight draw. Heart on the turn would be fun. A club would also be fun. Let's see a fun card, dealer. Heart or a club? It's a club. Oh, that gives Coach another straight draw to go along with his previous straight draw, and it gives him a flush draw too. And that gives Ruben 3 pair. Wow, that is a huge action card. So Vagabond is probably going to be going all in here. There's the all in. And I think Coach is going to call, as that gives him a queen makes him a straight, a club makes him a flush, a 9 also makes him a straight. And you can see him thinking about it. So 3 pair for Ruben. He bet 170 on the turn. Vagabond went all in for 405, so he's calling. The question is, does Coach call the all in? He's in for 3 buy-ins. I don't know if he's factoring that in. He's getting an exact count. The dealer letting him know, and you did see the dealer take off his headset, as there was an issue earlier where the players ran it twice, but the dealer did not hear them. And yeah, he's making the call. That was basically the perfect turn card. Now, Ruben's going to be able to re-raise here, as it is more than double his bet. And Ruben might do that just to try to build a side pot if Coach calls. Coach does not like to fold. Wow, he's really giving this a thought. And I don't blame him. I don't blame him. So now Ruben's thinking. As I said, I mean, he pretty much has to call here. He has 3 pair. He has an opportunity to get a full house. But he might be thinking about raising to try to build a side pot with Coach, especially after Coach thought about it for so long. Ruben taking a look back at Coach. He might actually be thinking about folding, that maybe somebody has a set. And somebody actually has a set, but it's not Coach. He can hit a king or a jack to make a full house. A 4 also makes him a full house, but Vagabond will have a better full house. Vagabond also with the 5-6, he has a straight draw of his own. I don't see how Ruben can fold here. That's not to say he's going to fold, but he bet 175 and the all-in is 405. In my mind, the only thing he's thinking about is raising, in my mind. But very, very easy to commentate when you see what all the other players have. But it's $225 more to win 1,200. Is he talking himself into folding here? I've actually done this a lot at the poker table before, so I kind of feel his pain, where I just overanalyze something. And he is definitely overanalyzing this hand. Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. He announced fold. He announced fold, so obviously a king or a jack's going to come on the river. The players are announced they're going twice, but I really feel a king or a jack's going to come. I can't believe Ruben folded. Okay, that's not... Oh, that's the straight for Coach. The ace-10. And that's the other straight with the 10-9. So Coach is going to scoop and Vagabond's going to be shocked. What a crazy turn card.
It was too many outs. Like, look how many outs I have, bro. They're all gutters. Está bien, pero, like,
So it looks like Vagabond gonna be rebuying.
I'm losing $2,000, bro. No, you had a lot of outs. No, I'm in the hole, like, in the hole.
And Coach explained it to Ruben on why he thought about it so long. He was telling Ruben that this is like my 4th rebuy, that he's in for a lot. So obviously the only way to make back the money is to keep playing. Got to keep swinging. You're in that hidden slump, you keep swinging. Largest pots, and that is the largest pot of the night. So if you're just tuning in, you picked a good time to tune in. Make sure you do hit the like button, though. We saw this earlier with the coolers. I don't think the software's able to do an Omaha cooler, because the actual ultimate cooler, the coach took that earlier when he had pocket 10s versus, I think it was ace 5. Fran had ace 5. It was an Omaha hand, though, so I don't think the software is able to calculate coolers like that. But he flopped, the flop was 10-5-5. So he flopped the nut full house versus trips, and then Fran got quads on the river. So that was the ultimate cooler there. But Coach gets some back from a different player, Vagabond, who just sat down, was in really good shape until the river. Was leading until the last lap. So Coach is going to color up his chips. He's not going anywhere. He started to dig himself out of the hole. He's not going anywhere. He's going to trade those red chips for green chips. So every stack that fits into the rack of red is $100, and 5 stacks fit in, and 1 stack of green is going to be $500. So the chip runner Maria will color him up.
I was thinking that you were going in. I was having in the back of my mind, said he go lean, I call. Like he gonna lean, so he's gonna cost me the rest of them. No, well, I knew he had pocket 7.
5-7 is a straight. Nobody with the 5-7. But it is going to be 2 pair for every hand Fran. Bottom 2 pair. Very vulnerable. In general, it's a vulnerable hand, especially in Omaha. But Fran is going to make the call with the best hand. So there's the color up for Coach.
For the game, it's Lakers -7.5.
And we're going heads up to the turn. Fran way out in front right now, but that's going to be one of the outs for Tiburon, and he's going to apply max pressure now. And I think Fran's going to fold, as now a straight arrived, a better 2 pair. Like I said, bottom 2 pair, especially in Omaha, very, very vulnerable. And Fran will make the fold. She was in front when she made the fold, but a lot of cards. A lot of cards would have been scary there. So it is showing Coaches up over $1,000, but keep in mind, he did leave the table and he was out of the system. So I actually think he is either barely ahead or is still in the hole, based upon the previous buy-ins. So seat 4, Ruben added on 1,000 as this these stakes are starting to get big. These players normally play after the stream and especially on Friday. And what I'm predicting will happen is the stream should go till 11, or they're going to play till 11. The stream will go to 11:15 with a 15-minute delay. But I'm guessing at 11, they're going to switch everything over to Omaha is what I'm guessing is going to happen, because that's normally what happens on road tables, is once the game starts going, playing 2 cards gets boring. Vagabond with the aces. No suits, though. Does have the ace-king and the ace-5 to make a straight. Everybody calling the raise? So we're going 5 ways to a flop. Somebody with aces in their hands, somebody with queen in their hands, but it is going to come 8 high. Rock with the 5-6, flopping the straight. Let's see how much he bets. Betting 75. So nobody calling Rock's bet. The good news is he's going to win the pot. The bad news is he wanted to win a bigger pot. So Rigo down, showing Rigo down only $4. Some of these players, like I said, they were out of the system and then back into the system. So it's showing Ruben's stack. So Ruben's also down, but he did add on. And I think maybe the add-on was not credited to his stack. $10 button straddle coming from El Gallo. Action going to be on Vagabond. Queen Jack 5-3. Making the call. He was just in for $1 though. Rigo with the fold. Rock with the call. Every hand friend with the jacks. She's double suited, but she only makes the call. Might have raised with that hand, I'm not going to lie. I feel like that hand's a raise, but I might be wrong. Because I actually do not have a lot of experience playing Omaha. I feel like it's a raise, though. Checked around to El Gallo, and he flopped a gut shot. Looks like he's going to bet it. Needs a 9 for a straight. Vagabond with a quick fold, even though he had top pair. I was a little surprised he called the $9 with the hand to begin with. So Rock with the wrap making the call. And Rock going to be hitting the straight with the Jack 9. El Gallo picking up a pair, or actually picking up open-ended. Picks up a pair and open-ended. He bet with nothing. Now he picked up, bet with a gut shot. Now he picks up a pair and open-ended and checks it. So Rock with the nuts, the Jack 9. He will put out $100. El Gallo gonna fold. So Jeremiah Dealan, he started us off at 7. Then we had Enrique take over at 8 o'clock. And Jeremiah going to be switching out. Largest pot, saw this earlier. Rock making his way up there on the list. Notable players. Unstoppable, most hands won. Struggling. Maniac. These are new stats to the software, and I need to figure out how they figure them out, but I like them. I talked about it earlier. There was a previous stat that would flash up that was known as aggression frequency, and I had no idea how it was calculated. And I actually spoke with other commentators, and the other commentators didn't know. I spoke with a lot of people. Nobody knew how it was calculated. So I wasn't a fan of it just because I didn't know how it was calculated. These other stats that are popping up, even though I don't know how they're calculated, I like them. How can you not like a stat that says Maniac on there? She's a maniac, maniac on the floor. Flush draw for Ruben. Nobody with a queen. Check that coach with a queen. Has ace queen, but it's going to go check around. And coach hitting 2 pair. And coach is going to bet the 2 pair. Ruben going to be calling here with his flush draw and his 7.
Did you see my card? You don't like those players.
Heads up to a river we go. And Ruben's going to hit trips. It's going to go check, check, though. Coach is a little surprised at the trip that the 7 beats him. So talked about, made some movie recommendations earlier. I promise this is my last movie recommendations, but I see something on the table or mention something and gets me to talk about a movie recommendation. The player playing earlier, Sparky. Vegas Vacation, kids. Haven't seen that movie. If you haven't seen it, put that on the list. Very good movie. Gone Girl as well. The New York Mets hat. And then the Maniac stat made me think of the song She's a Maniac, which they have a dance-off on the American Pie movie. So if you haven't seen American Pie, that's also on the list. The dance-off actually takes place in one of the sequels, American Wedding. Very funny dance-off. But if you haven't seen American Pie, put that on the list, kids. Yeah, so it's actually not every dealer change. It's every time the button comes to seat number 1. That's when they change the game from Hold'em to Omaha or vice versa. The Griswolds, that's right. Vegas Vacation. There was a remake made Oh, huge flop here for every hand Fran. Bottom set with top pair with the nut flush draw. The remake was with Ed Helms of Hangover fame. He's the one that gets the he's the one that gets punched out by Mike Tyson and gets the face tattoo. That one's not the good one. You want to watch Vegas Vacation. Is Coach drawing dead? No, Coach can hit a queen, right? Does not hit the queen. Every hand Fran with the check mark.
I wasn't even paying attention. Motherfucker. I already gave you 100.
So Coach losing to trip sevens the previous hand, and now he loses to a set of sevens. So trips is when there's two of the cards on the board and you have one of the cards in your hand. A set is the opposite, where you have a pocket pair and one of those cards is on the board. So trips versus set, they're actually not interchangeable, although a lot of people do use them that way, but they are different terms. You have trips versus a set. Once again, a set is when you have the pocket pair and one is on the board, and trips is when you only have one of the cards and two of the cards are on the board. Trips versus a set. Yeah, Doug is the one they lost in the Hangover. But I said I was done making movie reference or movie recommendations. I will make 3 for the night and stand by them. Vegas Vacation, Gone Girl, and American Pie. If you haven't seen any of those movies, I do recommend. And anybody who knows me, not to pat myself on the back, I make good recommendations. All right, 5 ways to the flop we go. 6 ways. And El Gallo is going to be flopping 3 ladies. Looks like somebody from the chat joining us. Nope. We got Michael in the chat. I read it real quick. I thought it said Anchorage. So we got action here. Does Rigo have a queen as well? Yeah, Rigo has a queen as well, but he's out kicked. So each player with trips here, we just talked about this, but the king is playing right now, and the king is no longer playing. Now the 10 is playing, and the guy with a full house. The guy with a full house, and he's looking at how much Rigo has in his stack. I don't think Rigo's going to be able to fold this, and especially for 150. And I see the cards, and I'm not fold. Oh, Rigo's going all in. So Rigo's going to need to hit a jack, but all the jacks are out. The jacks have been folded. Rigo's drawn dead. Oh, that's terrible for Rigo. So So Rigo figured if he was going to call the 150, he was just going to commit the rest of his chips. So he's going with the hand. And El Gallo's going to win with queens full of tens. Or queens full of kings. No. Yeah, queens full of tens. Yeah, I think that's going to do it for Rigo. He might rebuy. It looks like he went towards the cage. So El Gallo picking up the win. So I talked about this earlier. We do stream on Wednesday nights on the secondary channel. It's called Texas Card House. All the other locations also stream on there. The Houston location is streaming on there right now, but there are no commentators. And actually, it's not that terrible as long as all the players are mic'd up, because you're able to hear what they're saying at the table. But I don't think the players are mic'd up. We do have 2 microphones above the table, so you can sometimes hear the players here talking at this table. The only issues when the players are mic'd up that I've noticed is that sometimes the commentators will talk over the players, so it's hard to like turn down their mics or get the mics right in that regards. But I think in general, it's obviously good to have commentators because they can recommend movies for you to watch. That's what I'm here to do, folks. Recommend movies. JK, JK, JK. I'm here to help keep up with all of these hands, all of these cards. Jack 7. Oh, pair of jacks for El Gallo. He just hit trips last hand, and now he hits a set. So top set for El Gallo, $153 in the pot. Should bet something. And looks like he's going to bet at least 100. Now he's betting half pot, 75. So 6-4 would make a straight draw. 6-8, nobody has that. Who has the second best hand here? It's showing the 18% of Coach, who has a gut shot. Oh, Rock calling here with Rock with the last jack. He's calling. Oh, Rock has top 2 pair. Oof, that's ugly. Coach is live here because he has a straight, so Rock cannot improve his hand. Well, he can with runner. Rock's going to need a king or a 10, or he's going to be drawn dead here. Yeah, so Rock's drawn dead. You can see there's actually no percentage on there. It's just 50-50 between Coach, because Coach has picked up a... Coach has hit a straight, right? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, yeah. So Coach had a double gut shot. Oh, nice fold there by Rock. He actually thinks he got unlucky with that 6, but he actually got very lucky that wasn't a 7. He got very lucky there. And we can see that a jack has been folded, a 7 has been folded. So El Gallo has a flush draw now. And he is going to hit... No, he's not going to hit a straight. No. Big bet here from Coach. And looks like El Gallo's going to fold. He said his hand kept getting worse and worse, and he was correct. Not only did it keep getting worse and worse, theoretically, it was actually getting worse and worse because Coach had it. Coach started to climb back. He might be out of the hole. So the button is back in seat 1. So we are going back to Hold'em. And Coach with the largest pot of the night. That wasn't it. It was hand 45. But El Gallo, the previous hand, hand 51, won a big pot. And now lost the big pot the very next hand. So back to Hold'em we go for, looks like it's going to be 8 hands. And it looks like Ruben ordering a tableside massage. So tableside massages are available here at the Texas Card House. Now on the stream table, they do have to basically use a chair to sit down behind the players. That way they don't block the camera. You can see she's, yeah. I just realized that seat 1 is also getting a massage. So you can just tell the difference with the Hold'em hands, as it is kind of slowing down the action. But as I said, in general, the Hold'em is a good change of pace. Vagabond with the ace has the best hand. Coach turning a pair now. He's going to check. Vagabond just has the deuce kicker, doesn't feel too comfortable. We'll check. And Rock picking up a straight draw, checks behind. Jack coming on the river. Does anybody represent it? Vagabond putting out a small blocker bet. He might get called here. Oh, there you go. Vagabond getting max value from his hand here, putting out the small blocker bet. And Coach calling him with the 8. So second Hold'em hand on its way. I've never seen this before where every player is in the green, and I know it's not correct, especially for Coach, because he lost a couple of buy-ins and sat out a couple of hands. So El Gallo folding the 49er hand. Oh, Vagabond with kings just calling, getting tricky. And we should see a big pot here. Baby Spider with the 3-bet, and we're about to see a 4-bet, which is extremely rare in lower stakes. He min raises him? And the Jack-10 suited calls the 4-bet. Baby Spider is very intrigued, and he will call as well. I think an ace is coming on the flop. Kings known as ace magnets. No, that is a huge flop for Tiburon. A pair and a flush draw. Vagabond's going to check it. And it's going to be a $200 bet. Baby Spider getting out of the way pretty quick. Vagabond not done with the kings. Huge flop coming up. A huge pot coming up here. 52 versus 48%, basically even right now. I thought an ace would show up, and there's the ace, and Vagabond saying, if you have the ace, good luck to you. So Vagabond was scared about the ace, but he's still went all in. So I think they're getting ready for a dealer change here in about another 5 minutes, as these dealers on the stream switch out every hour. On a normal table at all of the Texas Card House locations, a dealer down is considered half an hour, and that's pretty much standard in the industry. 3-betting percentage, you can see both Baby Spider and Vagabond up there. There's a couple of players who haven't 3-bet all night, which is why I said a 4-bet, especially like in 1-2, 1-3, 2-5, is going to be very rare. They basically always have it. Baby Spider with the ace-10, raising it up to 28. Coach Collin with the 5-3 offsuit. We saw his VPIP earlier, it was over 80%. El Gallo calling with the suited king-queen. Vagabond just winning the last 10. And Rock is going to make the call as well. So $168 pot. I thought the action would slow down when we changed it back to Hold'em, but it is still going fast and furious as a king does come on the flop. El Gallo with top pair and a gut shot, but it is Ruben who's going to lead out with his middle pair in gut shot. So everybody getting out of the way. Ruben needs a jack to chop, a 10 to take the lead. A club would be fun. Oh, that is the opposite of a fun card for Ruben, as it's going to be 2-pair versus 2-pair. That's the bad news. The good news is any jack makes a straight, and Ruben's going to represent that jack. Putting out a $200 bet here. Two hearts on the board now. I think El Gallo's going to fold the way he's holding his cards. And yes, indeed, he's going to show. I hope Ruben shows. Boom.
I know, and that's why I was like, I'm trying to block. God, I'm so weak. It's a good fold. I had queen. Two-pair versus two-pair. Yeah, but not flop. See, no, that's her.
Action is on Rock with the computer hand.
It's a good fold.
It is suited. That's going to get him to make the call. Oh, ace-king, the real hand. Raising it up, Baby Spider. Going to call with his suited king. Every hand Fran with the queen-jack. She makes the call. Folded around to Vagabond. So Rock pretty much getting priced in, closing the action, will make the call. He is going to be first to act. Everybody has the other player dominated, and it's going to come 5 high with 2 clubs. Let's see if the ace-king continues. I think he will. No, he checks. Two flush draws now, clubs and hearts. And now the ace-king bets. And let's see if Rock gets curious. No, he does not. All right, they will be changing out dealers. We have exactly an hour left in the stream. And while they change out the dealers, would like to remind everybody about the about the Trailblazer series. There we go.
Trailblazer SUV, the Trailblazer Points Championship is here. The more you play and the higher you rank in the Trailblazer Poker Tour, the better your chances are. The best tournament player in the Trailblazer Poker Tour drives away with this grand prize. For full details on the Trailblazer Poker Tour and the Points Championship, visit TexasCardHouse.com. Tour $500,000 guaranteed main event is happening at Texas Card House Spring from Tuesday, November 12th through Monday the 18th. $800 buy-in. Satellites for as low as $120. For more information, visit TexasCardHouse.com.
All right, so dealer has changed. We do have exactly 1 hour left in tonight's stream. And there's the VPIP. Double straddle. Baby Spider putting on a double straddle. Action will be on every hand Fran. Coach calling the double straddle. Vagabond is as well. The other two players fold, and we are going 3 ways to a flop. Baby Spider was the double straddler. Ruben had Jack 9 of hearts. I think he would have played that, but he was not at his seat. So 2 players with ace-6 right now. Baby Spider's actually favorite, and he's going to flop a gut shot. And he's going to bet his gut shot. Bet in a third, just over a third of the pot. It's going to get the job done. So the Trailblazer Series making a stop next week in Spring, Texas. If you don't know where Spring, Texas is, it is just north of Houston. Or is it Houston? It's spelled Houston. So the Trailblazer Series making a stop last month at TCH Social in Austin. This month, just north of Houston in Spring. And next month, it'll be here in the Rio Grande Valley. For any of you players who played in the Trailblazer Series last month or planning on playing next week, keep in mind there is a 50K free roll for the top 50 points earners, and the number 1 points earner automatically wins a new car. Double points are in effect here at this location. Vagabond flopping 3 kings. Tiny bet, hoping somebody gets curious, and I think Coach is going to get curious with his 7 here. 10 on the turn, flush draw getting there. Vagabond's going to be sizing it up here, probably to at least 50. No, still small. He was able to get max value from Coach earlier when he had an ace and put out a small bet on the river. And he might get some value from Coach again here if he places a bet on the river. Looks like 45. No, it's more. It's 65. Oh, and Coach calls him immediately. So twice tonight, Vagabond getting max value with his hand. Yeah, so I'm not able to see the likes, but apparently we don't have many likes. So Michael reminding everybody, hit the like button. It doesn't cost you anything. It's free. Gratis en español. Every hand Fran just making the call. We are back to 1-3. No Limit Texas Hold'em. Once the button gets to seat 1 again, we will go back to Omaha. So another 3 hands counting this one of Omaha, as we are going 4 ways to a flop of $13. Ace on the flop, 2 clubs. Coach with 2 clubs is going to check. He also has a straight draw with a 5. So you can see, even though he only has 6 high right now, he is favored 56% against these other hands. He's going to call the $6. Vagabond still out in front with his queen high. Coach still has a lot of outs. And there's the flush for Coach. The only problem is Vagabond does not have the ace. He only has queen high. So he is not going to get a call. So last hand of Hold'em for this round. And there will be a $10 straddle. So next hand will be Omaha. This will be the last hand in this round. Action's going to be on Baby Spider. With the jacks, takes it to 35. Fran making the quick call with the queen 10 offsuit. It looked like she was going to call the 10. And then saw Baby Spider raise, but she had kind of already made up her mind to call, so she still made the call with the queen 10, and she actually has an overcard to the jacks. It's going to come king high. Baby Spider going to slow down with the overcard. And he's going to make the call. Just one overcard to worry about. The Baron betting with 10 high here. Oh, I was going to say perfect turn. The perfect turn would have been the 8 of hearts, but it is the 8 of diamonds. And I don't think Baby Spider's going to be able to call here. These players do have history, though. And Baby Spider, his spidey senses on alert. Any 6 making a straight. So Baby Spider, I think, is going to have to be done with this hand finally. So nice play by Tibaron there. He knew he couldn't win with 10 high, and he decided to represent the straight with a $250 river bet. And here we go to Omaha. Fasten your seatbelts. Looks like we're 8-handed. I know a lot of people do prefer to play 8-handed Omaha. El Gallo trying to straddle, but he's not able to because seat number 4 is going to get cards.
So the only reason I brought it out is because Dak ain't going to be in it. Because I'm bringing it out, bro. Yeah, he's hurt. He might be gone the rest of the year. So I brought it out. I think Cooper Rush is a better pure passer than that.
So action on every hand. Fran has the queens. Double suited, clubs and hearts, makes the call. Coach is in for $2, puts in the extra $8 to complete.
So it's definitely not the Niners, so let me just guess. You can guess. Just make it this way. Yeah, okay, do me this dude. AFC or NFC?
Looks like everybody just making the $10 call, and maybe Spider will check his option.
I don't know why you look like a Saints fan.
6 ways to the flop we go.
That's not racist, bro. You look like I'll make you get this right here. Boom! This king is finished the freaking quarter, bro. Let's go. I need even here. I need even.
$50 bet, 2 hearts, 2 diamonds on the board. Vagabond with the ace. I don't think he's folding. And he does make the call. So we are going heads up to a flop, and I believe Vagabond checked dark. It's going to go check, check. Oh, Vagabond had the royal draw. Just noticed that. Needed the 10 of diamonds.
I can't think of it. Cardinal. I don't follow the worst team, so I can't even think of it. I can't even think of it. Just he's first.
$10 live straddle announced.
For a comedy,
So it looks like Atypical Blackjack is a fan of the Hold'em as opposed to the Omaha, but like I said, I think the Omaha is a nice change. But it makes sense somebody with the name Blackjack does like those first 2 cards.
The Bengals should have gotten a fucking flag. Now, I wanted the Ravens to win, but still, like, that was like,
I was on the Bengals. I like the Bengals.
they should have gotten the flag.
So 49 players entering the free roll tonight. And I am told that tournament has come to an end. Very interesting. I do not know the exact details, but I do know who won what. Bottom 2 pair for Vagabond. Ruben with the flush draw. So El Gallo with 2 pair, Jackson 5s. Nobody very comfortable with their hand. El Gallo's going to bet. Fran with a lot of outs, going to be making the call. Fran needing a queen for a straight, a 7 for a straight, a 9 for trips, and she'll get the 7 for the straight. And she's going to bet 75, hoping El Gallo calls. And quick photo from El Gallo. So the free roll getting down to 5 players. And I'm guessing that the chip leader had a lot of chips. I don't know what the exact payout was, but I would imagine it was probably about $750. The prize pool was just over $2,000, $2,050. So normally first place is going to get about 30% of that. which would be about 600. So I'm guessing first place was 750, and then the other spots were the rest of the prize pool. And the reason why I say that is because they made a deal with 5 players. And I'm thinking what happened was the chip leader had probably like half the chips in play. And they gave the chip leader 750, and then second through fifth place chopped up the rest, and each got 325. I mean, not terrible considering that this was a free roll, so some of these players were in for $0. So nice return on investment for them. But the tournament got chopped 5 ways. First place took 750, and the rest chopped it between themselves. So both El Gallo and Vagabond with a 3. And El Gallo does have the better kicker, has the ace kicker. Now keep in mind, none of them have a full house. None of them have a full house. They just have trips. If anybody has a jack, they would have trip jacks, but nobody has a jack. So El Gallo is going to win the hand with the ace 3. With the ace 3, you have to play 2 cards from your hands. You can only play 3 cards from the board. So he is playing the 3 and the jack with the ace 3. You can see those are the cards highlighted from his hand. So atypical blackjack saying that it's hard, that he's not smart enough to comprehend the 4 cards together. LOL. And I do understand that. Oh, Vagabond now taking the lead for the luckiest on the distribution, and Coach at the bottom end. But it is hard to keep up with. It's definitely hard to keep up with. But as I said, it is a nice change of pace. Not only to play, but to also watch. Just to see all the different combinations. It seems like it's endless combinations with the 4 cards in the hand and the 5 cards on the board. So Omaha is a game of draws. You normally want to have suited cards. You normally want to have connected cards. You normally want to have pocket pairs. Trying to make flushes, trying to make straights. Trying to make full houses. Coach calling with the queens. Vagabond with the wrap. Oh, and Coach hitting trip queens on the turn. He is going to be last to act, and I think he's going to put out a big bet here. There's $180 in the pot. He has the best hand possible right now, 3 queens. He doesn't want to see any more cards. So he's going to put out a big bet. Nobody, I was going to say nobody with spades, but actually Tiburon with spades. He also has a straight draw to go along with it. And has a 2-pair draw, but we can see the 2-pair draw would not be good, as Coach has a set of queens. It's only a $100 bet. I thought he might go 180. Vagabond with the wrap 4-5 making him open-ended, but the ace 4, oh, so yeah, it is just 100. Vagabond thought it was a $200 bet. And I think the shark has to call here, especially with the nut flush draw. Wait, Vagabond has the flush draw too. I'm telling you, this is hard to keep track of. They both basically have the same hand. They both have spades and diamonds. They both have an ace and a 5. They have very similar hands. And the 4-5 get in there for Vagabond. He has the absolute nuts, the stone cold nuts. Does he get greedy? And he just bets. No, he's getting greedy. He's getting greedy. Yeah, he's betting the pot. So he's got max value from Coach twice before with small bets, and this time,
What you got? I got everything. What you got?
this and this time I think he just got too greedy. So Coach a little frustrated that he had to fold his set. So he was kind of mad at Vagabond, but Vagabond said, "Hey, look at my hand. I had everything, bro."
I already have full house. You have nothing except to the river to get it. I'm beating you all the way from the.
So under the gun straddle.
If you raised 200, I would have folded.
Double straddle being put out, $20.
With the geniuses.
Every hand, Fran, not playing this hand. So it looks like we have 3 tables on the main floor going on right now of 1-3 Hold'em. You can see one of those tables in the background, at least part of the table, whenever the camera will zoom to seat 5 or 6. Somebody's card's not getting scanned properly, so we're not able to see exactly the percentages. Oh, Vagabond just went in last hand, has kings now with the suited ace king. Also has the 3 working with the ace for a straight. The Baron looks like he's making. Oh, he was initial raiser. So I'm guessing that's the ace of hearts that he has. Yeah, that wouldn't make sense. The ace of hearts, the card we're not able to see. Ooh. Is that possible? Yeah, so it was ace, ace, 10, right? Yeah, that's possible. And there's a queen. You can see the card reader acting up. The ace king still out in front. Baby Spider taking a shot here. There's no king, so he doesn't have a straight, right? So it's ace, ace, 10, queen. Yeah, ace, ace, 10, queen. So king, jack making a straight. And Baby Spider's the one leading the way here. Deuce on the river. So you can see the card reader picking something up wrong. And it is going to be Vagabond with the win. All right, they're cleaning it up. They got it cleaned up. Oh, Baby Spider put it on a move here. He has the 2 blockers, but is he going to fold? The Baby Spider bet pot here. Looks like somebody's taking seat 8 there. Oh, Vagabond's going to fold here. Show it. Show it. Wow. Keep in mind, that flop was ace, 10. Queen on the turn. So it was ace, 10, queen on the turn. So Baby Spider put it on a play. He only had 1 queen in his hand. I thought he might do it if he had 2 queens. So we do have player taking seat 7 there, but he cannot come in on the small blind. He cannot buy the button. So he will wait a hand to get into the game here. So he will wait 1 hand. And it is a $10 button straddle from Vagabond. Can't believe he folded the trips there. Rock with the call. Tiguaron with the call. Baby Spider with the call. So we got a shark, a spider, a rooster, a rock, and a coach. So Vagabonds.
So has anybody here ever had a dream you were playing poker and you lost a hand? Wait, you lost a hand? And when you lost, it was like, what the fuck? Like there was 5 aces out?
Bro, I had so many different types of dreams. All kinds of different.
So a little surprised. Oh, the aces just called the straddle. There was a $10 straddle on the button.
And then the turn comes, the same card. I look at my cards, they all change, and I just have something. I had nothing.
Nobody with spades.
Dreams like that, bro.
The ace-10 with a gut shot needing a king. Top 2 for Rock.
I had dreams that I was playing in my chones in public. I swear to you, bro. Yeah, and then like I'm like, no, and I'm like, yeah. It's a weird.
Nobody with a 4, so Rock with top 2 pair is gonna bet. I don't think anybody can call. Nobody has a spade. Nobody has 4s. So Rock bet him $40.
I have dreams, bro. I feel like I spent 3 days in Vegas. Like, they're like 3-day dreams.
That's pretty. You're transcending.
Nah, I've had a dream where I've gotten
Appreciate the love, Michael.
where like have a dream inside a dream inside a dream.
Inception.
All right, so seat 7 is filled up. We are back to 9-handed. We have 2 more hands of Omaha before we go back to Hold'em. We have Sweeney coming in for $575, and we have half an hour left on tonight's stream. If you still haven't hit the like button, don't listen to me, listen to Michael.
You wake up when you're back in the dream and like, okay, I need to wake up again.
And you think you woke up, right?
Dude, yeah, in your dream.
I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm up, right? And then, no, I'm not.
Because it's like, I know it's a dream. I can wake myself up. So you wake up like you're in the
So action's going to be on every hand Fran here. The blinds are $1, $2 with a $5 bring-in. So $5 if she wants to play. If she wants to raise, she can make it 15. Or if she wants to pot it. But she's going to let this hand go. Ace, Queen, 10, 6 for coach. He calls $5. Ruben does the same. El Gallo lets go of his cards. Vagabond calling the 5. Sweeney's first hand. Oh no. Vagabond raising to 10. Sweeney making the call. Rock making the call. Tibaron making the call. Rock with 3 kings in his hand. I'm a little surprised he called. But one of the kings is suited in clubs. So he actually wants the ace of clubs to come out, because then he'll know he'll have the nut flush draw. And instead it's going to come queen high. So top and bottom pair for Vagabond. Top pair, top kicker for Coach. And he's going to put out a $50 bet. I think Vagabond's going to call at least once. No, he's not. Rock folded into 3 kings. He does not have trips. He can only use 2 of those cards, so he can only use 2 of those kings. Straight draw for Tibaron, and he hits it right on the turn. And he still has the nuts. He should be betting here. He bet 100. And he's going to get a call from the 2 pair. Well, actually, Coach had top 2 pair. So that was actually a great fold by Vagabond, as he had top and bottom. I was going to say, I thought he would call the bet if he had top 2 instead of top and bottom. So Vagabond minimizing his losses there. As we have one more hand of Omaha before we go back to Hold'em. So I think we're going to manage to get back to Omaha before the stream is over. One more hand of Omaha, 9 hands of Hold'em, and then we'll come back to Omaha. And then I think at some point then the stream will end. So no straddle this hand. Going to be a $5 bring-in for Coach.
Jerry Joe said that had he picked up Derrick Henry, Derrick Henry might not be having the season he's having with us. Which is kind of hypothetical. It's kind of true. You don't have any blockers.
So Coach 9884 has spades, and that's good enough for him to make the call. Ruben, King Jack, that's nice. 7 deuce, not so much. Raise from El Gallo, double suited with clubs and diamonds. Vagabond also making the call. Ace, King, Queen has spades. Sweeney coming along has diamonds. And we're going 6 ways to a flop of $105. Deuces, deuces, nobody with a deuce. The Jack's still in front right now. El Gallo, the initial raiser, is going to continue on here. He does have a diamond draw. Sweeney with better diamonds makes the call. Oh, and Baby Spider had jacks. Would have turned a full house. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. So Sweeney betting with his flush draw and getting a snap call from El Gallo. El Gallo out in front right now with the king, but the diamond comes. The board is paired, so I don't think it's going to get too crazy. Sweeney might bet another 100, 200 at the most, I think. The board is paired, like I said, both players. Yep, Sweeney's going to get paid off. Sweeney will show the queen high flush. El Gallo will show the second best hand. And as my friend Ricky Bobby says, second place is the first loser.
Very nice hand.
So back to Hold'em we go. Like I said, the stream is scheduled till 11 p.m. Central Time, but with the 15-minute delay, we will be streaming until 11:15. And like I said, I think they're gonna go back. I think they're gonna change this to strictly Omaha, but we do have a double straddle here. El Gallo losing the last hand, perhaps a little bit on tilt, puts on the double straddle. Fran with the ace king. El Gallo also with the ace king. Oh, and Sweeney with kings. Uh-oh. So Sweeney's going to raise. Fran is going to call. And El Gallo, he's steaming a little bit. I think El Gallo might put on the 3-bet and might even just go crazy and go all in or something. Coach making the call with the 9-10 offsuit. And El Gallo has ace king, and I think he's gonna go crazy. Crazy. That's how it goes. He's basically going all in, putting half his stack. Sweeney should be re-raising here to isolate. He has another 2 players to worry about. The raise is to 225, and Sweeney re-raising. That's going to save Fran some money. He doesn't want to fold. Ace-king, a very good hand. A lot better in tournaments than it is cash game. I think Fran is going to get away here. I want to see the tank stat flash up. It's one of the new stats that has been flashing up. So El Gallo gonna have to call it off here. Half his stack is in. And there's the call. He's looking for an ace. They might run it twice. One time is announced. El Gallo looking for an ace. There's 2 left. Oh, now he's looking for a king. Oh, I'm sorry, a 10. Oh my gosh. Wow. Sweeney does not believe it. I don't believe it. So El Gallo making the wrong move at the right time, and Sweeney can just roll his eyes. So we had the free roll tonight. We have the $20 tournament on Sundays. $20 to buy in, 20K starting stack, 20-minute levels. There's also a 5K early bird bonus, $1,000 guaranteed. Great place to come watch the game on Sunday.
I don't like to count when I'm sitting at the table.
No, it's because they asked.
Yeah, but it's tell them this.
Because they honor.
Yeah, but they're gonna say beat me. I'm out. Keep going.
Sweet Jack that night, dude. Damn it, boy. Damn it, boy. Oh, yeah. You can't do that. Damn it, boy. Wait till the end.
So El Gallo just getting super lucky, jumping out of his seat. And Vagabond with the aces now. And he is gonna set the trap here. I'm thinking at least 150. There's already $80 in the pot. I'm thinking at least 150. What does Vagabond think? Vagabond thinks 130.
That's funny.
120, that is. So 2 players with Queen 10. Sweeney does fold his Queen 10. He was only in for $3. The initial raiser with the 6s lets it go. Fran with a pretty hand. But is she going to call another $95? Does have the button. Yeah, she's going to make the call with the button. Does this bring Coach in? It definitely gets him to think. If the ace-7 was suited, he would be in there for sure. So Fran with the Queen 10 of diamonds. The only problem is Vagabond has the ace of diamonds. And it's going to come King, King, 8. Vagabond immediately bets $100 and Fran immediately folds. She actually got $5 back because she had 25 in there and then put 100 out. So that was that $5 left in front of her. Largest pots still belonging to Coach, but Sweeney winning one of those large pots. Maybe the action tracker awarded it to the wrong person because the $1,000 pot, actually Sweeney lost that. Yeah, and I think it showed 69. Yeah, it was a couple hands ago, so yeah. So what probably happened there is the action reader picked up one of the cards wrong or something and it awarded Sweeney the pot, but that wasn't the case. Oh, suited connectors for Sweeney, raising it up. I like it. Coach calling with the king high. And Vagabond also makes the call with the ace queen. 3-betting that all day. 9 high flop. Action is checked to Sweeney. He does have a gut shot needing a 6. And he's gonna bet and take, it looks like. And that's exactly what happens. So once the button gets back to seat 1, we're going to be back to Omaha. I do think we're going to make it before the stream is over. We still got just over 15 minutes. I do think we'll get there. Three-betting percentage. Baby Spider was up to 40% at one time, but settled back in. Basically 3 players in at 25%, quarter of the time. So this isn't 3-betting, this is pre-flop raising. Basically the same 3 players in front of that. Ruben announcing the raise as he did put on the $10 button straddle and everybody just made the call. So now he's going to be raising it up to 75. It's actually a $6 button straddle. It's 6 or 10. It's showing 10, but I see $6. Oh, and he's getting a call by Coach, the one player who he doesn't want him to call because Coach has him dominated. And Coach is going to hit the queen. Ruben needing a 10 for a straight. Continuing on with his aggression here. About a pot-sized bet, just under a pot-sized bet, betting $150 into $180. Coach making the call. It's the right call. And Coach is going nowhere now that he has trips. Ruben slows down. And quads for Coach. Quick fold by Ruben. And he is going to show the 3 queens. So Coach losing to quads earlier. And now he's the one with the quads. I do not think that qualifies for the high hand because you need to use both cards, and it is past 11 o'clock. Actually, this hand happened 15 minutes ago, so it's 10:45 or 10:46. But he wasn't using the king. He was using the 3 queens on the board, the queen in his hand, and the ace on the board. All right, $10 under the gun straddle from Rock. I think is this question towards me, DGM Poker? I know I had mentioned on the stream that I was going to go up to the TCH Social in Austin for the Trailblazer series. Crazy weekend in regards to F1 was in town, and the University of Texas was playing Georgia. So the plan was to the fire in the tournament, but I actually did not play in any tournament. I played cash, and I enjoyed the dollar beers that they had during the UT game. Kind of enjoyed those dollar beers a little too much. Yeah, so the plan was, like I said, the plan going up there was to play at least one flight, and that did not happen. Yeah, left here on a Thursday. Then Friday night, I actually did the commentating from TCH Social, so that was kind of cool. I got to, I was in their booth, and not surprising, their booth is better than our booth. But I was able to do the remote stream from there, so that was kind of cool, where the stream was taking place here, and normally I'm in the same building. A nice flop for Sweeney, top pair. Backdoor draws. But normally I'm in the same building as I am tonight. As a matter of fact, at the very beginning of the stream, you can actually catch me in the stream room as I was getting some last minute information from some of the players. And obviously I have 15 minutes to do that before I have to start calling the stream. But that night, Austin, they did not have a stream. They normally don't stream on Friday nights. we stream on Friday nights. TCH Houston streams on Friday nights. So they had their commentating booth open. 2-pair for Sweeney, but Coach hits his straight, and he's gonna bet big. Sweeney can't not believe his luck. Any 5 makes a straight. You can see that's actually one of Sweeney's outs. If a 5 comes, it gives him a chop. Oh, nice fold by Sweeney. And Coach will show the 5. Yeah, so I don't know what date that is, but obviously everything is saved on YouTube, and there is a playlist of all of the streams here from the Rio Grande Valley. So the stream on that night, I was actually in Austin calling the stream remotely. And yeah, that is true. It's I mean, part of it, some people have lost and they're not listed, but there is a new person tonight running the action tracker, keeping track of these stats. So obviously they are punching something in wrong, because there is no way that 8 people are up and 1 person is not. I do know one of the reasons Coach lost a couple buy-ins and he sat out for a couple of hands, so the system took him out, and then he came back in, so he was treated as a new player. So that's one of the reasons why those stats are like that, but the stats aren't 100% correct. Coach with the 6. It's the best hand, and he's going to bet it. We might get to 80 hands, which would actually be very good, considering that half of these hands have been Omaha hands, which normally take longer. Coach going to bet again. Ruben decided to float the flop with ace-jack, and now he will let it go. So Michael with an interesting strategy, raise all in every hand. It's really fun until you get called. But I actually see people do that when they play the free roll. We do have a free roll every Friday night, and some people, they're like, I'm gonna go all in until I double up or lose, and then once they double up, then they'll start playing quote unquote proper. Or obviously, if they don't double up, well, then they're done and they jump into cash. But that is a fun strategy, and it's fun to do there in our free rolls. So Fran raising it up with the queens to 25, and she's picking up 5 callers so far. Oh, Baby Spider with the ace-king suited. Wow, just a call. Fran hitting top set. So Baby Spider and Fran do have a lot of history, and Baby Spider knows when Fran raises, she's normally not messing around. So Baby Spider deduced correctly that either Fran had ace-king, the same hand he had, or a big pocket pair. So he did not want to build a pot out of position. And this ace is going to get him in trouble. Fran is going to continue on here, and you can see Baby Spider thinking to himself, really? It's a big bet, and his spidey senses are definitely going off. I wouldn't be surprised if he folds. Boom. And look at the smile on his face. He's all like, I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. So I mentioned this on one of the other streams that Baby Spider played in. And somebody was asking me about the Trailblazer Series in Austin earlier. How did I do? Well, I didn't play any tournaments. Baby Spider played a couple of tournaments, and he had 2 final tables and 3 cashes. He final tabled the first big event, which was the 500K guaranteed. He final tabled an Omaha event, and he cashed on the main event. So he had a good tournament series. All right, 3 ways to the flop we go. And at a certain point, as a matter of fact, let me check my phone. They might have texted me. Nope. So normally they have already come in to tell me when the last hand is, but that has not happened. But as I said earlier, we do have somebody new keeping track of these stats. Sweeney calling here with the king high. Has backdoor hearts. It's not a good turn for his hand. Let's see if the coach bets again. It looks like he is. Yeah, I think Sweeney's going to have to let it go now. And he does let it go. So essentially, the stream here in this building's a 3-man operation, and I did predict we would get back to Omaha before the stream ended, and we're getting ready for an Omaha hand. So obviously the main person in the 3-hand see, it's showing Sweeney won that hand, but that was actually Queen Jack 10, the reader picking something up wrong. So hand 69, El Gallo won that hand on the coolers. That was over $1,000 cooler. Ace King versus Kings. Flop come in Queen Jack, and then El Gallo turn in a 10 for the straight. Yeah, so the dealer, the person you see with the headset, that person is talking to another person here in the building that is keeping track of all the action, the software. They're running the software behind the scenes. And then that software gets fed into the stream. And then I'm the third person in the little 3-man operation or 3-person operation. So yes, I have been told it's going to be hand number 80. So we have 3 more hands to go for tonight's stream. Thought we would end about 11:15. Going to end a little bit later. And if you've ever watched the end of the streams, I don't know what it is, but there's always fireworks on one of the last hands. It's like the poker gods are basically giving us something. And here we go. Ruben raising it up to 125. And Sweeney making the call. And Rock making the call. I'm telling you, this is what happens at the end. This is why you always want to stay until the end. This is going to be over a $500, $600 pot once Coach calls. Coach kind of has to call. Coach has nothing but diamonds in his hand. I do like Ruben's hand the best right now because he is double suited, triple connected. Doesn't necessarily mean his hand's going to win. He's only at 8%. Rock is actually the favorite right now, and this is based upon these players' hands since they're sharing each other's outs and the chances that their hand is going to improve. So here we go, $626 pot. I think that's an area code 626 in East LA. All right, there are the hearts. Ruben has hearts. Tiburon has better hearts. Yeah, 626, I think that's Pomona. Area code in Pomona. So Rock with the jacks has the best hand. Yeah, that's correct. East LA, largest city, Pasadena. 626 area code. The reason why I know that is I used to do some announcing for the NHRA, and they're based out of Pomona, California, drag racing. So Sweeney gonna have to hit an 8. Still needs the 8. You're gonna run it twice. Sweeney needs an 8. And Rock is gonna scoop. Oh, I did not see that, Blake. Thanks for bringing that up. But as you saw, the action got crazy pre-flop. I think it was 125 to go pre-flop. I don't know what he had to go with together with the 4s. But as I mentioned earlier, it is super hard to keep up with the 4 cards with all of the action going on. And I do not have the option to rewind. I'm seeing this live. I kind of broke down how it works earlier. The dealer's talking to somebody who's keeping track of the action, and then that gets fed to the stream, and then the stream flashes up on my computer screen, and they say when you see players with chips start talking. All right, so 2 more hands to go. It's going to be hand number 80 is the last hand tonight, and I don't know if we're going to have another big hand, but I did mention it all earlier. We always see craziness the last couple of hands. And on the flip side of that coin, if you were with us at the beginning, the players, at least tonight, played very snug for the first couple of hands. And normally you see that on the stream as well, but it's not necessarily snug. It's just to one extreme or the other, where the players will play a little bit tighter at the beginning or a little bit looser at the beginning. That's what normally happens at the beginning of most streams. But for whatever reason tonight, all of the players at the table were playing a bit on the tighter side early on. But as you can see, it has loosened up, and we got all sorts of crazy pots. Rock knows there's only 2 more hands to go, so it looks like he's racking up early, which means I don't know if they're playing after the stream. Yeah. Okay. As you're saying, it's a good fold, and yes, that is a good fold. 10-5-4-4 rainbow. Yeah, I mean that's not a good hand. It's very easy to be results oriented, which I find funny, where the players are all like, "Oh, I should have called. Oh, I should have called." It's like, no. All you can do is make the right call at the right time. You can make the right play at the right time. If it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, that's poker. All right, 5 ways to the hand. 1-8-7 in the pot. 2 hearts, nobody with hearts. Ace, king, 4. Coach with top and bottom pair has the ace 4. And we're going to a turn. Jack 10 making a straight, nobody with Jack 10, but that's going to give El Gallo 2 pair. Coach has a better 2 pair. So we do have another hand after this, and I really hope Rock does not play the hand, because I'm sure you know about the curse of the rack. And it looks like his chips there in seat 8, they're pretty much racked up. Oh, diamonds for El Gallo 2. And El Gallo's going to go runner, runner, full house. How much does he bet? Yeah, it looks like Rock has all his chips in a rack. And I mean, I'm not superstitious, but I would not play this last hand if I were him. I believe 375 was announced. And Coach should be folding pretty quickly here. He's going to show his 2 pair. And that's going to take us to our last hand. So last hand coming up. I'm thinking that these players do play after the stream. Rock is not going to play after the stream, but I'm thinking most of these players are going to hang around just based upon their personalities. So last hand of the stream tonight. If you still have not hit the like button after all this time, then I don't know what else I can do or say. So Vagabond is first to act. He thought he was big blind. I think the dealer's just letting him know that he is first to act. And looks like he's going to straddle. So does something crazy happen on the last hand? Rock should be folded. Those chips are in a rack. Oh no. Oh no. It's the last hand. Rock has his chips in the rack. This might not end well for Rock. What does he have? He has queens. Okay. He has queens but no suits. All the queens are dead, so he can't hit a queen. All right, we're going. Oh, everybody called. This is the last hand, and everybody called. We are going 9-handed. There was a $10 straddle, and everybody called. 2, 3, 8. There's so many hands. I don't think I've ever seen where everybody calls, where there can only show 6 hands at a time. All right, so Rock is not going to lose all his chips. And I don't think this hand is going to get crazy, but it was kind of crazy in the fact that everybody called the $10, a family pot for the last pot of the night. Oh, Fran is calling the bet here. And this still might get crazy. So Sweeney with the bet, open-ended. Actually a wrap. He has a wrap because he has the ace to go along with it. And then every hand Fran calling. Sweeney hitting it straight with the 4-5. Coach also calling with his gut shot. How much does Sweeney have left in his stack? 515? He's betting at least half of that. And just right at half is at 250. Yeah, he had 515 in his stack, so. And I think that should do it. I think. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. Coach is thinking. He hit the ace. Doesn't have diamonds though, so he will let it go. And that'll wrap things up for tonight here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley.